Chapter 859. 80 million. Xiao Mei said coldly. Her tone carried an aura that said she was determined to win. Hearing this, Elder Su from the Iron Sword clan's face darkened. Judging by the other party's attitude, they were going to fight to the death with him. 130 million. A confident voice rang out. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan. He said loudly, "Since the two of you are fighting so fiercely, why don't you add me in?" The Huangfu clan would not give up on the water dragon pill either. The three forces competed with each other and kept raising the price. Soon, it reached 500 million. This price made all the cultivators in the hall feel powerless. Many of them gasped. They might not be able to earn so many spiritual stones in their lifetime. But now, the three great clans had bid 500 million for a pill whose authenticity was unknown. It was truly shocking. Damn it, those two old bastards. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Her pretty little face was ferocious. In Blackwater City, no one had ever dared to compete with her. Now, not only were the two forces fighting with her, but they also looked like they would not give up until they got their hands on the item. This drove her crazy. However, Xiao Mei had no other choice. The other party's forces were not any weaker than hers. Even if she threatened them, it was useless. She could only continue bidding. Moreover, Blackwater City must get their hands on this pill. Before she left, her father had told her that she must get her hands on the water dragon pill, no matter what the price was. At this moment, Elder Su from the Iron Sword sect started laughing. 600 million. This is the highest price that the Iron Sword clan can offer. If the two of you can surpass this price, the Iron Sword clan will stop bidding. 600 million. The crowd was shocked. In an instant, the price had increased by another 100 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan's eyes flickered. On the other hand, Xiao Mei stood up abruptly, her delicate and seductive face looking somewhat sinister. She took a deep breath and said coldly, 700 million. In the main hall, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The price had increased by another 100 million. This meant that the water dragon pill had reached a sky-high price. Fuck, this price is comparable to a half-Earth rank artifact. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva. He's really rich. Lin Xian also sighed. One had to know that he had spent all of his wealth to buy the Lone Star sword. But now, in order to compete for a pill of unknown use, the three great forces had actually offered a price equivalent to a half-Earth step treasure. It was indeed amazing. The price of 700 million reverberated throughout the hall, causing the originally lively scene to become somewhat quiet. Even Elder Su, who had been all smiles earlier, had shut his mouth at this moment. His expression was somewhat ugly. He had previously said that 600 million was the highest price that the Iron Sword sect could offer. Now that the other party had unhesitatingly offered 700 million, they were unable to bid any further. Moreover, this was the trump card of Blackwater City. The other party must have endless financial support. If they continued to compete like this, there would be no result. Therefore, Elder Su was prepared to give up. Similarly, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan didn't raise the price either. On the crystal platform, Old Man Gongsun was overjoyed to see this. The water dragon pill was indeed dug out from the depths of the Blackwater River. However, they weren't too sure about its specific use. Everything that they had said before was just speculation. However, the three great clans had fought over it until their heads bled. The price of 700 million had long exceeded his expectations. He couldn't wait to finalize the auction and sell the pill. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, Old Man Gongsun asked 3 more times before finalizing the auction. The final winner was Xiao Mei from Blackwater City. Blackwater City is indeed generous. They spent 700 million on a pill of unknown use. This old man is truly impressed. I hope this treasure is real. Otherwise, if it's just an ordinary treasure, you'll suffer a great loss. Ha ha ha. Old Monster Su's words were sarcastic as he spoke to Xiao Mei in a sinister manner. Then he left with the people from the Iron Sword sect. The middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan snorted coldly and also left with his clan members. Xiao Mei looked at the backs of the two great forces as they left. The corners of her mouth curled into a devilish smile. Two old things, how dare you compete with me? You're courting death. Sooner or later, you'll be trampled under the feet of my Black Dragon City. Her expression was filled with boundless arrogance, as if Blackwater City had already obtained the king's treasure. The auction is almost over. Let's go. Bing Ling turned around and said to Lin Xian and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded. Then they stood up and walked out. Seeing that Lin Xian and the rest had left, Xiao Mei once again revealed a hint of seduction. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a strong little fresh meat. I wonder how it tastes. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She even let out an extremely seductive moan. Grandma Silver, help me check the identities of these people, especially those 3 young men. With such superb young energy, I can't let them escape. The white-haired old woman nodded slightly with the help of her walking stick. Then her body swayed and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from the spot. Xiao Mei chuckled. She swayed her hips and walked in another direction. That direction was where the city lord's estate was located. Not long after, the originally bustling and crowded hall became empty again. All the cultivators had left. The news of the water dragon pill and the king's treasure spread like the wind in Blackwater City. Countless cultivators were shocked and went crazy. The king's treasure was a super treasure that had never appeared before. Everyone's heart trembled, and their expressions went crazy. It couldn't be helped. These words were too tempting. The king's treasure was the strongest existence known to the continent. The treasures they left behind were absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever obtained them would have the opportunity to break through to the king's realm. This temptation was too fatal, because entering the king's realm was something that every cultivator dreamed of. After all, the king's realm was the strongest existence on the continent. They were the true overlords that ruled the world. If nothing unexpected happened, a king's realm could easily live up to 3,000 years old. No matter if it was strength or lifespan, they far surpassed the venerable realm. So, as soon as the news of the king's treasure spread, the entire Blackwater City fell into madness, and countless powers started to take action in secret. Compared to the madness in Blackwater City, Lin Xian and the others seemed to be much quieter. In a room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He held the crimson-red pill that he'd obtained during the day and carefully observed it. This pill was completely crimson-red. There were pill markings carved on it, and it seemed to be slightly dim and lusterless. He carefully studied it for a long time and noticed that this pill was indeed capable of improving one's vitality. Moreover, its effects weren't bad. However, the pill markings on it caused him to be slightly surprised. Even though it was dim and lusterless, the pill markings still revealed a trace of faint mysterious energy. Chapter 860. Lin Xian was already a 5th-grade alchemist. If he gave it his all, he could even refine 6th-grade pills. However, he was still shocked by the pill veins in front of him. He couldn't figure it out. The dark red divine dragon also ran out and stared at the elixir. "Kid, I advise you not to take this pill for now. Wait until you repair the pill veins. At that time, the pill's effect will increase by a few 100 times. Repair the pill veins." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this was a feasible method. However, this process might take a long time because the pill veins were too profound. He needed to repair them bit by bit. Looks like this is the only way. Lin Xian held the pill in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Waves of powerful spiritual energy gushed out and swiftly entered the scarlet red pill. Just like that, he began to repair the pill veins. At the same time, in Blackwater City's city, Lord's Mansion, Xiao Mei stood proudly in a majestic hall. In front of her was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man had a square face and deep eyes. His black robe was embroidered with 3 golden dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. As he stood there, he exuded an unparalleled aura of power. This dignified middle-aged man was Blackwater City's city lord, Xiao Li. At the same time, he was also a 4th-level venerable. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Xiao Li held the ancient bronze box in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he opened the ancient bronze box, revealing the azure pill within. That's right. This water dragon pill was refined by King Pillfeather. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled as he looked at the azure pill. Hearing this, Xiao Mei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 700 million spiritual stones hadn't been spent in vain. Then, the rare treasure that appeared this time is also a king's treasure. Xiao Mei's voice trembled. It should be. Xiao Li picked up the water dragon pill and placed it in his hand. He smiled faintly. With this pill, King Pillfeather's treasure will definitely be ours. My hiding here for nearly 100 years was not in vain. Finally, the king's treasure is here. If I can successfully complete this mission, my position in the palace will definitely be greatly improved. Xiao Li's face was filled with joy. What will the palace master reward us this time? Xiao Mei was also extremely excited. Don't worry, Mayor. Do you still need to doubt the palace lord's reward? If I can complete this mission, I will definitely break through to the 5th heaven of Venerable Realm. When the time comes, you can get whatever kind of yang qi you want. Really? That's great. Xiao Mei was overjoyed, and the charm on her face became even stronger. However, Father, it's not just us. The people from Iron Sword Sect and the Huangfu family have come as well. Furthermore, once they receive the news, they will definitely take action, said Xiao Mei worriedly. Iron Sword Sect, Huangfu clan? Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of the plan and the fact that we can't reveal our identities, with the power of the Palace of Gods of War, we would be able to kill them instantly. Father, why isn't the Palace of War taking action? If they take action, wouldn't the king's treasure be easily obtained? It's not as simple as you think. Xiao Li said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that the Palace of Gods of War has already been sealed. There might be a terrifying battle happening there. As long as Palace Master Duan wins, we will be the heroes of the Palace of Gods of War. At that time, when Palace Master Duan rules the world, we will also be able to dominate a region. Hearing this, Xiao Mei nodded, and her eyes were filled with joy. All right, a few powerful young men with unknown identities came to Blackwater City today. I sent Granny Silver to investigate and found out that they are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. I'm afraid they are here to search for treasures. Immortal Martial Academy? Just a few young disciples. They won't be able to stir up any waves. Xiao Li smiled in disdain. However, he immediately asked, Do those people know about the water dragon pill and the king's treasure? Yes. Xiao Mei nodded. Then we can't let them live. Although they are not a threat, if they spread the news back to the Immortal Martial Academy and attract some old monsters, then things will be bad. Father, what do you mean? Kill them. We can't let those old monsters from the Immortal Martial Academy come. Okay. Father, there are 3 young men with yang qi that I like. I'll bring my men and act now. Xiao Mei licked her lips, and an impatient look appeared on her face. Don't be in such a hurry. We can't act in Blackwater City. There are too many people here. If the news spreads and the Immortal Martial Academy knows that we are the culprits, then things will be troublesome. After they leave the city, act immediately. Don't leave a single one alive. As for the Yangqi you mentioned, you can do whatever you want with them. But after this, you must kill them. Xiao Li's voice was ice cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Xiao Mei's eyes flickered, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. "I will suck them dry one by one. The yang qi of 3 paragons will definitely allow my cultivation to break through again." Xiao Mei's voice echoed in the great hall. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, Lin Xian and the rest left Blackwater City and headed towards the Blackwater River. Blackwater City was a city in the Blackwater River Basin, and it was still quite a distance away from the real Blackwater River. They didn't waste any time. They had to set off quickly and act in advance. However, what made them helpless was that the news of the king's treasure seemed to have spread out. Countless cultivators were like locusts, heading towards the Blackwater River. In the sky, cultivators flew past from time to time. Their powerful auras were like shooting stars, streaking across the horizon. There were even some forces that formed small teams to search for treasures, and they quickly headed towards the Blackwater River. "Let's speed up too. We have to reach the Blackwater River as soon as possible. Otherwise, when we arrive, there won't even be ashes left," Bing Ling said in a deep voice. Lin Xian and the rest increased their speed. Like streaks of light, they rushed towards the sky. However, not long after they left, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out from the void. Several figures were like ghosts, chasing after them rapidly. Lin Xian and the rest were powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a third heaven paragon. Therefore, their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of most cultivators. However, even so, after a day of rushing, they still didn't reach the Blackwater River. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the rest had no choice but to stop and rest. This was because, although they didn't reach the Blackwater River, they weren't far away. This area was often frequented by powerful demonic beasts. Traveling at night would easily lead to death. Therefore, for safety's sake, Bingling decided to rest for the time being. They would set off after daybreak. A bonfire rose in the forest. It bloomed with dancing flames, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xian and the rest sat cross-legged around the bonfire. Yang Lin even took out food from his storage ring and started eating. Although at their level, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't eat or drink for a long time. The temptation of delicious food wasn't something that anyone could resist. Chapter 861. Lin Xian knew that there were all sorts of demonic beasts lurking in the dark forest, including some powerful demon generals. If one were to sense it carefully, they would realize that there were traces of blood qi brewing in the air of this area. Through Bing Ling's explanation, Lin Xian realized that the blood qi was left behind from the extremely tragic battle thousands of years ago. Although thousands of years had passed, the blood and corpses of those powerhouses had not disappeared. Instead, they were buried deep under the ground. That was why the forest was shrouded in a faint blood qi. The bonfire flickered, and the weak flames became fireflies in the dark night, attracting the attention of countless martial artists. Many people rushed over. When they saw the beautiful faces of Morong Qingqing and Dongfang Fenghuang, as well as their proud figures, many people's eyes turned red, and evil flames rose in their bodies. In their opinion, how powerful could these young men be? If they wanted to capture them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As long as they caught them, the two beautiful girls would be at their mercy. Therefore, many martial artists could not resist and quickly attacked. However, after a few screams, no one dared to make a move. They did not even dare to stay. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that a second-level honorable martial artist was split in half by the beautiful girl. Her strength was too terrifying. Only a third-level honorable martial artist could kill a second-level honorable martial artist with a single strike. The young men in front of them actually had the strength of a third-level honorable martial artist. This was too shocking. Retreat. Countless martial artists' expressions changed drastically, and they all fled, not daring to stay any longer. This time, the area finally quieted down. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Yang Lin will be on guard tonight, Bingling said. Soon, Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged and closed their eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Yang Lin continued to lower his head, drink wine, and eat meat. However, this time, countless rays of light bloomed from his body and quickly scattered in all directions, forming a huge shadow of a golden bell that enveloped everyone. In the dark forest, it was better to be careful. With the protection of a golden seed, everyone's safety would be increased significantly. In the latter half of the night, the entire forest quieted down. At that time, the roaring beasts seemed to be tired and had returned to their nests to rest. Only gusts of chilly wind blew in all directions, rustling the branches of the trees. At this moment, several cold gazes were fixed on Lin Xian and the others from the unseen darkness. Like ghosts in the dark, these people floated in the forest. It was very strange. The void rippled, and an alluring figure walked out. That was a dazzling woman. Her slender thighs and snow-white chest were all exposed, making her look incomparably flirtatious. Her delicate face was filled with boundless charm. Her eyes seemed to be able to draw out a man's most primitive desires. This woman was naturally Xiao Mei. She looked at the 5 figures in front of her and revealed a charming smile. Silver Granny, how are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We can make a move at any time, an old woman with a head full of white hair said in a low voice. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Remember, I want him alive. The seductive look in Xiao Mei's eyes intensified. This time, I'm going to suck them dry. Granny Silver nodded slightly, then waved her walking stick and shouted, Do it! Suddenly, countless black figures rushed out from behind her like ghosts. The void rippled without any sound. It was extremely strange. The void rippled, and countless crows attacked Lin Xian and the others. Boom! A low sound was heard. The crows collided with the golden bell, causing it to vibrate violently. In the next moment, Yang Lin suddenly raised his head. His body emitted light as he punched out. The air in front of him was sucked dry. Countless crows were blown apart, and a vacuum appeared. At the same time, he whistled and quickly woke up Lin Xian and the others. There's a situation. When Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw the crows covering the sky, his face turned grave. These are blood crows. They live by eating the flesh and blood of martial artists, although their individual attacks are not very strong. When gathered together, they are a very terrifying force. Bingling said in a low voice, In the past, a 3rd-level honorable died in the hands of these blood crows. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They looked at the black figures around them with grave expressions. At the same time, Yang Lin reminded them, Everyone be careful. The golden bell is about to break. Indeed, not long after, the golden bell broke into pieces. The blood crows were like demons as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. You're courting death. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his arm and a sword, Qi, slashed forward. Poof! The blood, crows fell and turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood was devoured by the surrounding blood crows. At the same time, their eyes shone with a bloody light as they became even crazier. Shrill cries sounded in the night sky. It was like a demon's voice. It was very ear-piercing and made one's scalp go numb. Oh no, these beasts are crazy. Everyone be careful. Bingling shouted and attacked quickly. Let me. Eastern Phoenix shouted and waved her hand. Streaks of fiery red aura flowed out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Soon after, the shadow of a divine bird flew out. It was like a phoenix that was reborn from the flames, and it lit up half the sky. The divine bird spread its wings, bringing with it a sea of fire as it circled in the sky. In the sky, countless blood crows were surrounded by the flames, and they let out miserable cries. Below, Eastern Phoenix, formed a seal with her hands. A fire lotus appeared on her fingertips, and it grew rapidly, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, it swept across the sky. Any blood crows that came into contact with it were instantly turned into ashes, not even leaving behind a mist. In an instant, the surroundings became empty. Those crazy blood crows all disappeared, burned to ashes. Hee, as expected of the students of the Immortal Martial Academy. Even the blood crows can't do anything to you. A low and hoarse voice sounded, drifting in the surroundings. It was very ethereal, and no one could tell where it came from. In the distance, countless black figures floated like ghosts, creating a tense atmosphere. "Who is it? Come out and face your death." Yang Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the forest in front of him. Rows of trees fell down and a vacuum appeared. A figure quickly flew into the distance like a ghost. "Humph, stay here." Yang Lin waved his hand, and a huge palm of light rushed out like a giant mountain, shattering the void. The two of them were very fast, and they disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sound of an intense battle could be heard from afar. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were like an abyss, vast and mighty. What a terrifying aura! "Who is it?" Eastern Phoenix and the others' faces darkened. "Wait here, don't move. I'll be back soon," Bing Ling said. Her figure swayed, and like a blue frost, she ran towards the battle sound. It was too strange. The other party knew their identity and dared to attack. Obviously, they came prepared. She had to find Yang Lin. However, another black figure appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, the black figure's aura exploded, and a powerful pressure shrouded the surroundings. Chapter 862. The void cracked open, and another third-level venerable flew towards Lin Xian and the rest. Yi Yen sneered. Like a purple phantom, he dashed out and blocked the incoming third-level venerable. In an instant, the battle erupted. Bing Ling and the other third-level venerable were all restrained. Only Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang were left on the battlefield. Their cultivation was only at the second-level venerable realm. It seemed like they were ignored by the mysterious force. Looking at the sudden change, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He looked around and became alert. Suddenly, he frowned and pulled Dongfang Fenghuang to retreat. Boom! In the next moment, the ground where he was standing suddenly cracked open. A yellow stone pillar that looked like a long spear pierced through the void with a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. If they were just a second slower, Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang would have been pierced through. The aura emitted by the piercer was so strong that a second-level venerable couldn't withstand it. Even a third-level venerable might not be able to withstand it. They dodged it. A low voice sounded with a hint of surprise, as expected of a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. A second-level venerable has such sharp senses and reaction speed. Interesting, interesting. Next, I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as the voice sounded, the ground trembled. Countless rays of light rose rapidly, and the entire landscape within 100 miles changed drastically. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky with Dongfang Fenghuang following behind him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying force separated the two of them. He let out a low growl and quickly threw a punch forward. Boom! The yellow cage trembled but didn't break. What a tough wall! Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He had used a lot of strength, and even a second-level venerable realm cultivator would not have been able to withstand his punch. However, the earthen yellow wall had not been able to withstand his attack, and it had been damaged in the slightest. This was beyond his expectations. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by yellow walls and countless huge rocks. The entire space was sealed and carried a heavy force. Your strength is not bad. A light voice sounded, and then a black figure appeared. The other party was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his true appearance. They could only recognize that it was a man from his voice. "Third level venerable," Lin Xian exclaimed when he felt the aura of the other party. "Your senses are very sharp." "That's right, I'm a third level venerable." In front of him, the mysterious man smiled and said, "Originally, I didn't need to do anything to deal with someone like you, but your reaction speed surprised me, so I'll play with you. As for your little female companion, you don't have to worry either. I believe that there should be 4 second-level venerables accompanying her." "Damn it." Lin Xian's expression darkened. Based on the other party's words, the Eastern Phoenix was currently fighting with 4 second heaven venerables. Who on earth was this person to actually dispatch so many experts to deal with them? "All right, you don't have time to think about anything else, and don't try to guess our identities, because you'll never be able to guess," the mysterious man in front of him said in a light tone. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Xian was shocked, and he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. Sure enough, in the next moment, a yellow vortex appeared where he was. It was like a black hole, producing a huge suction force that crushed the void. "Not bad. Your reaction is indeed fast. I didn't expect a second-level venerable to have such an exquisite movement technique." The mysterious man's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in Lin Xian's movement technique. He formed a seal with his palm, and a terrifying aura appeared in the void, turning into various attacks that quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his Earth stage identity, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. "It's useless. It's useless no matter how fast you are, because this is my Earth world." In an instant, the clones that Lin Xian had conjured were pierced. The entire space was densely packed with sharp, poisonous thorns. "It's useless. You can't escape in my space," the mysterious man in front of him said casually. He seemed to be very casual, as if he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. "Poisonous dragon piercing." In the next moment, he put his palms together and quickly waved them in the void. Suddenly, countless sharp thorns filled the air. They were terrifying and mysterious, and there were strange runes on the surface. The runes flickered, and the thorns were extremely fast, piercing towards Lin Xian in an instant. Poof! The surrounding void was pierced, and Lin Xian's figure was also pierced. "I said, it's useless no matter how fast you are. In this space, I'm the ruler." After piercing his opponent, the mysterious man chuckled again. "Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in your own strength." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the mysterious man. It was like a sword light, and it made his hair stand on end. "What?" His pupils shrank, and his heart beat wildly. There was a third person in his space, and he didn't know about it? How is this possible? Just as he was about to move, he stopped in an instant because he felt an extremely sharp aura pressing against his back. As long as he moved, that aura would immediately pierce his heart. Although he was a third heaven honorable, he would definitely die if his heart was pierced. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The mysterious man's face turned ugly, and his voice was filled with shock. In the next moment, he exclaimed again because he realized that Lin Xian's body, who was originally pierced, had begun to disintegrate, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing into the void. "Clone!" The mysterious man was shocked. In the next moment, he understood everything. The person behind him was none other than Lin Xian's real body. "It's good that you understand. Now tell me who sent you. Don't lie, or I'll kill you immediately." Lin Xian asked coldly. "You'll never know because a dead person doesn't need to know anything." In the next moment, the mysterious man in front of him suddenly laughed evilly. "Kid, don't think that you're the only one with a clone. Trap him." Before the voice disappeared, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled and instantly turned into a stone man. At the same time, A khaki-colored fist appeared behind him and blasted toward Lin Xian. The fist was as big as a millstone, and it carried a terrifying force that could shatter the void with a single strike. This change was too sudden, and the terrifying fist instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to also have a mysterious clone technique. Looking at the khaki-colored fist that was rushing toward him, he snorted coldly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light surged, and the terrifying lightning fist broke through the void and blasted forward quickly. This punch was too terrifying, and it lit up the entire space. The fist was covered with strange lightning runes, and it was extremely mysterious and contained a terrifying power. Boom! The two fists collided, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. What? Chapter 863. He was too shocked because he realized that his attack could not harm Lin Fan at all. Instead, Lin Fan's golden fist, which contained powerful lightning energy, shattered his stone clone. Who is this kid? Is he really just a second heaven honorable? The mysterious honorable martial artist was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lin Fan was only a second heaven honorable, so he did not take him seriously. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Fan was definitely not weaker than him. He could fight above his level. Lin Fan was a genius. In an instant, the mysterious honorable martial artist understood, and his face turned ugly. Originally, he thought that he had found an easy prey and could play with him. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to be a genius. It seemed that this battle had become very tricky. The mysterious honorable martial artist appeared again, and his eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but you have no chance of winning against me. If I hadn't received orders to capture you alive, you would be a corpse now. Corpse? Lin Xian sneered. I think you're daydreaming. Since you're so willing to dream, I'll send you to heaven. You're courting death. The mysterious honorable martial artist was furious. Although Lin Xian was a genius, he was also a third heaven honorable. He would definitely not allow a young man to challenge him. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared on his body, and his skin began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body was covered by a thick layer of stone, and he looked like a stone man. The mysterious honorable martial artist emitted a terrifying aura. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying fist covered the surroundings, shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. This was a true third heaven honorable martial artist. He was extremely powerful, and now that he had attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian sneered, and the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly exploded. He was powerful enough, and he was not afraid of the mysterious honorable martial artist at all. Under such circumstances, he had to break through quickly and meet up with the others. Therefore, he immediately used the great dragon sword soul and attacked with his full strength. A dazzling sword light lit up like a blazing sun, and it bloomed in the void. Then it quickly slashed down. The light was too dazzling, and it lit up the entire void. At the same time, the aura it carried was too terrifying and sharp, as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying energy sound was heard, and in the next moment, the mysterious honorable martial artist flew backward. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He turned pale with fright, and his face was filled with shock. He simply could not believe that he was injured by a young man at the second sky of the venerable realm. One had to know that he was an earth attribute martial artist. His defensive power was the strongest. Very few people in the same rank could injure him. You're courting death. The mysterious venerable master was enraged. He no longer cared about the order to capture Lin Xian alive. He circulated his spiritual energy and quickly summoned his martial soul, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. His sword strike just now was incomparably fierce, but his opponent had actually received it with only minor injuries. His opponent was indeed strong. If he wanted to kill the other party in a short period of time, he would have to use extraordinary means. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw his opponent unleash his martial soul. He reached out and grabbed the black package. Don't waste your energy. No matter how you struggle, you'll still die. The mysterious honorable being floated in the void, emitting a powerful aura. In his opinion, as long as he summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He ignored his opponent's words and quickly opened the black package. Then he held the Lone Star sword. Seeing Lin Xian holding the sword, the mysterious venerable master's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He could not understand how a second sky of the venerable realm could make him feel the aura of death. This brat must be eliminated. The mysterious venerable master felt a chill in his heart. He would not allow such a threat to remain in the world. Brat die. He summoned his martial soul and struck out a terrifying palm. A trace of fear appeared in the mysterious venerable master's heart. Only by killing Lin Xian could he eliminate this fear. On the other side, Lin Xian drew the Lone Star sword and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi flashed like a real dragon. It was extremely terrifying. What? The mysterious venerable master was horrified. He realized that the sword chi was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist. That's a half-Earth-rank treasure. Finally, he recognized the Lone Star sword in Lin Xian's hand. He did not expect that a second sky of the venerable realm would have such a heaven-defying item. The mysterious venerable master swallowed his saliva and felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. He did not dare to fight anymore. His arrogance and dignity were all gone at this moment. He had no chance of winning against a half-Earth-rank treasure. His body swayed, and the mysterious venerable master turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was faster than him. It descended above his head in an instant and then quickly fell. No open. The mysterious venerable master screamed and summoned his martial soul to resist with all his might. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the sword chi. Ah! The mysterious venerable master screamed. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. He could not resist the sword chi at all and was instantly split in half. Not only him, but the entire sealed earth space was also split open by the sword. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he came to the outside world. At this moment, the nearby space was torn open, and the Eastern Phoenix also came out. In the distance, several air-piercing sounds could be heard. Those figures were none other than Bingling and the others. At this moment, they had escaped from the battlefield and rushed back. "Are you guys okay?" Bingling asked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Eastern Phoenix. "I'm fine." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wrapped up the Lone Star sword again and carried it on his back. Everyone looked at the third sky of the venerable realm that was split in half, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian was too terrifying. With a half-Earth-rank treasure, he could kill an ordinary third sky of the venerable realm like cutting vegetables. "You're really a monster." Dongfang Fenghuang also lightly snorted. She had spent a lot of effort to escape from the sealed space. At this moment, her small face was covered in sweat, and there were many bloodstains on her body. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm, as if splitting open the sealed space was effortless. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose and changed the topic. "Do you know the identity of these people?" "We just came to Blackwater City and did not come into contact with anyone. The only person we had a conflict with was probably that seductive woman. These people are most likely from the Blackwater City's City Lord Mansion." Bing Ling said. City Lord Mansion. Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. These people are really daring. They actually dared to attack us. Yang Lin snorted coldly. Lin Xian also said, they seem to know that we're disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but they still dared to attack us. It seems like there's a reason we don't know. Everyone be careful. Bing Ling looked around and said cautiously, Chapter 864. Soon after, the 5 of them set off once again. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest left, a group of people appeared at their original location. One of them was the seductive girl, Xiao Mei. However, her originally seductive face was now incomparably hideous. Damn it! How is this possible? They can actually kill a 3rd Heaven Reverend. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Mei's face was extremely ugly. Behind her, the white-haired Silver Granny also frowned. Her eyes were flickering with a terrifying light. What a terrifying sword technique! Looking at the large corpse that was split open, her heart trembled slightly. It seems like we have underestimated them. Silver Granny shook her head slightly. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy are indeed incomparably powerful. No, we must capture them. Xiao Mei's face was ashen and her voice was cold. She must send the news back and get her father to send more people. How dare they kill the people of my Blackwater City? I will not let them off. Xiao Mei's cold voice resounded in the air. After a night's journey, Lin Xian and the rest finally arrived at the Blackwater River. In front of them, a black river was surging and roaring. It was like a black dragon entrenched on the ground, and one couldn't see the end of it. The river water surged and emitted traces of cold aura from time to time. Even reverends would feel a little uncomfortable. It was said that this river had buried countless experts and had absorbed the blood of kings. It was incomparably terrifying. They originally thought that it was just a legend, but now it seemed like it was very likely to be true. Bing Ling's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at the black river in front of them. At this moment, not only them, but many martial artists had also arrived near the Blackwater River. Their eyes were burning with greed. Some of them were even impatient and didn't want to stay any longer. They directly moved and rushed towards the Blackwater River. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged and formed a defensive energy barrier around them. They quickly rushed into the Blackwater River. This action instantly angered the demonic beasts in the river. Countless demonic beasts roared in anger. Boom! 100-meter-long water python roared with all its might. Its terrifying tail was like a heavenly blade, cutting the river water apart and creating countless waves. Puff! Many martial artists didn't dodge and were swept by the tail. Blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, all kinds of screams resounded in the Blackwater River. However, these voices were unable to stop the other martial artists. Countless figures dove into the river like sharp swords. Let's go down too, Bing Ling said. Cold air circled around her body, forming an ice armor that wrapped around her petite figure. The others also used their own methods to form a defensive barrier against the impact of the river. Lin Xian smiled. Sword qi erupted from his body and quickly intertwined to form a ball of sword qi that enveloped his body. Then, the 5 of them quickly rushed to the Blackwater River. The river surged, creating waves that were tens of meters high. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard, accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the others entered the water, they were targeted. A demonic beast covered in dark green scales glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. Its bloody mouth was wide open, bringing with it a monstrous bloody aura. Its long fangs even had the remains of a few cultivators' corpses. Obviously, this demonic beast had eaten more than one person. A 2-star demonic beast general dares to be so presumptuous. Lin Xian snorted and pointed his finger. Roar! Seeing that the humans had attacked, the demonic beast became even more furious. Its huge head shook and a blue light beam shot out from its mouth. The blue light surged and the murderous aura carried a terrifying aura as it rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's sword qi condensed at the tip of his finger, forming a dragon that roared and shot out. The finger radiance was extremely sharp. It slammed into the blue light beam and shattered it. Then, it quickly pierced the demonic beast's heart. Roar! The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar and fell down, creating countless ripples in the water. The surrounding river water was dyed black and red. Let's go! Bingling turned and prepared to leave. Hey, there's something! Yi Yan's eyes flashed and emitted a purple divine light. It was like two rays of light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he waved his hand and sent the corpse of the demonic beast flying. Then he grabbed at the soil below. Poof! The bottom of the water cracked open, and a deep hole appeared. However, in the deep hole, there was a crystal clear pearl that was the size of a fist. Rays of light flowed on the pearl, and it contained a terrifying power. Water, spiritual pearl! Yi Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Bingling turned around abruptly and looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Although they did not know the specific use of the water spiritual pearl, the power that it contained was shocking. Good stuff, Yi Yan said with a smile. Then he turned into a purple radiance and rushed down. Gurgle, gurgle. However, just as he landed, the river water suddenly surged as if it was boiling. A silver sword radiance slashed toward him. You're courting death. Yi Yan did not expect that someone would dare to attack him at this time. He shouted angrily and threw out a palm. A purple mist formed and floated forward. Boom! A deep sound was heard and the waves slapped in all directions. A powerful force pushed Yi Yan back. However, the silver sword radiance was also corroded by the purple mist and disappeared into the water. Who is it? Come out! Yi Yan shouted coldly. The purple radiance in his eyes shone brightly as he looked around. Humph, arrogant brat. A sneer was heard. Then the river water surged and countless figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. These people were surrounded by radiance and had weapons in their hands. They were murderous and had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had killed many people. In front of them, there were two figures standing there like giant mountains. They were middle-aged men. One was bald and the other had a palm-sized scar on his face. Their auras were unusually strong, and they should be the leaders of these people. Who are you? What do you want? Yi Yan asked coldly. What do we want? The bald man sneered. We have been eyeing this water spiritual pearl for many days. We were careless, and it was almost taken away by you little brats. Little brats, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The scarred man smiled evilly. Of course, those two beauties must stay. I have never seen such beautiful girls. One is ice and the other is fire. One is cold and the other is arrogant. They are the best in the world. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists laughed. Countless eyes looked at Bingling and Dongfang Feng Huang without restraint. Humph. Bingling's face darkened and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Dongfang Feng Huang was even more direct. She threw a palm at the scarred man. Whoosh! When the fiery red palm appeared, the entire river started to boil. It was as if it was boiling and became scalding hot. Nonsense. I will tear your mouth apart. Chapter 865. Fire Attribute? Haha, this is the bottom of the river. How much power can your flames exert? A tall and skinny martial artist sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The next moment he struck out with a punch. A grayish aura covered his fist, tearing the black water apart and colliding with the fiery red palm. Boom! With a buzzing sound, white mist rose from the surroundings. It was the evaporated water from the flames. The tall and skinny martial artist screamed as he held his arm and retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. The attack just now was like hitting a volcano. The horrifying heat immediately burned his palm. Not only that, the red flames quickly climbed up his arm as if they were going to melt him. In shock, he did not dare to continue the fight and quickly retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted as she pulled out the red whip from her waist and swung it forward. Buzz! The river water was whipped apart. The red whip was like a red dragon, swimming quickly and dragging the tall and skinny martial artist back in an instant. You, what are you doing? The tall and skinny martial artist was finally afraid. He was no longer as arrogant as before. What am I doing? I'll let you have a taste of my flames. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was cold. The dirty words from these people had made her very angry, so she did not show any mercy. Oh no, faction leader, save me. Seeing the red palm, the tall and skinny martial artist screamed in fear. You're courting death. Put him down. The bald man was furious. Someone dared to hit his underling in front of him. Was he tired of living? With a shake of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand, and he quickly stabbed it out. With a flash of light, the long spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a water python and rushed over quickly. You want to fight? Lin Xian's body swayed and stood out. He stretched out his arm and shouted, Dragon catching hand! Boom! Golden light covered the sky, and a horrifying aura shook the surroundings. A golden shadow surged out like a golden dragon, roaring. In an instant, the golden dragon entangled the long spear. The dragon's body coiled and formed a horrifying strangulation force. The horrifying explosion of energy forced the bald man to step back. At this time, Dongfang Fenghuang's palm fell and burned the martial artist to ashes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and dumbstruck. Their leader had been knocked back by a second-layer martial highness? Was this a dream? The scarred man's pupils also shrank, and his expression was extremely solemn. A second-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator was actually able to force a third-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator back. This was a battle that surpassed one's cultivation level. Who is this kid? Who are these people? Scram or die. Lin Xian's cold voice shook the area. Hearing this, the bald man's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was simply too arrogant. Brat, you're the first one who dares to be so insolent to our White Sharks gang. The scarred man said in a deep voice, In this Blackwater River Basin, even the three great forces will give us some face. I'm not from the three great forces, so I don't need to give you any face. Lin Xian said coldly, If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword chi formed on his body and enveloped the surroundings. Not only were the White Sharks gang shocked, but even Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a domineering side of Lin Xian. Now, it seemed that this handsome young man was not to be trifled with. Brat, you're too arrogant. The scarred man's face darkened. This time, the White Sharks gang has lost. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led countless martial artists away. Boss, why don't we attack? Even if they're strong, we have more people. We can definitely take them down, the bald man said. Forget it. The other party is strong, and we don't know their identity. If we attack recklessly, even if we win, we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the king's treasure is about to appear. It's stupid to waste our strength now, the scarred man said in a deep voice. So we're just going to let it go. The bald man gritted his teeth. Let it go. How is that possible? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. How dare they provoke our White Sharks gang? How can we let it go? When we have the chance, we'll definitely kill these brats. The scarred man's voice was cold. Obviously, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that the time wasn't right. Looking at the departing figures of the group, Bing Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party's combat strength wasn't as good as theirs, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really attacked, it would be hard to say who would win. Now that they could scare the other party, it couldn't be better. The few of them looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. This guy's aura was too strong. Dongfang Phoenix also exclaimed, I didn't realize that you had such a cool side to you. This group of people bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't act tough, you won't scare them away. Lin Xian shrugged. At this moment, Yi Yan's figure flashed, and he took the water spirit pearl. Yi Yan, this water spirit pearl is very useful for my cultivation. Can I exchange it with something? Bing Ling asked. She was an ice-based martial artist. It could be said that she was a mutation of the water element. The water spirit pearl contained a powerful water element energy that would be of great help to her cultivation. Sure, Yi Yan nodded. The energy in the water spirit pearl was indeed of little use to him. It was best to exchange it with something else. Soon, the two of them completed the exchange. Bing Ling put the water spirit pearl into her storage ring. A trace of joy appeared on her face. Let's go to the depths of the Black Water River. The five of them moved like 5 nimble fish, quickly shuttling through the water. The Black Water River was very mysterious. The underwater world was similar to the outside world. There were mountains and valleys underground, as well as a group of green plants. It was like an underwater world. However, compared to the land, this place was more dangerous because you didn't know where a water monster would swim out of. Moreover, the Black River water was like ink, blurring one's vision. In general, the underground world of the Blackwater River was much more dangerous than the land. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. They walked very quickly and finally arrived at the depths of the Blackwater River. Floating in the river, Lin Xian looked down. He saw that there were mountains below, and the terrain was strange. In the west, there was a huge crack, as if it had cut the entire riverbed. Traces of thicker black water emerged from the crack. It was eerie and terrifying. That's where King Danyu fell, Bing Ling said in a low voice as she looked at the terrifying Rift Valley. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. He did feel an unusual aura from the Rift Valley. Yang Lin looked around and said with dissatisfaction, there are so many people. Even if there's a treasure, it's impossible to sneak it away. Indeed, there were too many people around. The number of people seemed to surpass the number of water monsters at the bottom of the river. There's no need for us to search with so many people. Let's wait for the treasure to appear. Chapter 866. They found an open space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the treasure to appear. Gradually, there were more and more martial artists in the surroundings. The originally oppressive river bottom world became lively. There were even some martial artists who met their enemies and directly started fighting, causing the scene to be extremely chaotic. Suddenly, the river shook, and the black river water surged, making a rumbling sound. The warriors stopped and retreated to the side. Lin Xian and the others also opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Although the surroundings were dark, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. He was able to clearly see the scene in the distance. He found that it was not the beasts that caused the tremors, but the people. To be exact, it was 2 groups of people. On the left, a huge black shadow appeared, like a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble, the river water to surge, and the underwater mountains to crack. Killer whale! Someone exclaimed and took a deep breath. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. It was indeed a killer whale, a powerful water demon, and its strength was at the level of a demon general. It was like a blue mountain with yellow stripes on it, like tiger stripes. It shone with a demonic light, and a strong demonic aura surged out, sweeping across the land. On the back of the killer whale, there were almost 100 figures. They carried iron swords on their backs, and their sword auras were sharp. Iron Sword Clan. This powerful force was the Iron Sword Clan that Lin Xian had met before. The other side was probably the Huangfu clan. He turned his eyes and looked to the other side. The people of the Huangfu clan were also riding on a huge beast. It was a giant crab, and its body was red like glass. It waved its huge pincers and easily cracked the ground. On the back of the beast, there were 100 people of the Huangfu clan, and they formed a terrifying aura. The arrival of the two forces made the whole space fall into a short silence. They were too powerful. Lin Xian and the others also looked serious. The number of people on the other side had doubled. Obviously, they were well prepared for the king's treasure. Bingling frowned slightly. Compared to the other side, they were at a disadvantage. However, this was normal. Originally, according to the information on the Academy's mission, this was just an ordinary Venerable One's treasure. The current team of Bingling and the others was more than enough. However, who would have thought that a Venerable's treasure would turn into a king's treasure? This made their team, which was originally sure to win, feel somewhat awkward. We can only play it by ear now. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again, as if it was about to split open. With the previous two experiences, no one panicked this time. Instead, they uniformly looked into the distance. They knew that only those terrifying demon generals could cause such a commotion. As expected, another black silhouette appeared in front of him, carrying a terrifying demonic aura with it. Blackwater City. Yi Yan's eyes flickered with purple light as he looked ahead and said coldly. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked up. He saw that the black shadow was a huge anaconda, ferocious and terrifying. On top of the python's head stood a figure that was incomparably seductive. On top of the huge anaconda, there were countless martial artists in black robes, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing those people, Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. They realized that the clothes and aura of those people were very similar to the group of mysterious people that attacked them at night. Humph. Dongfang Fenghuang looked into the distance and snorted heavily. She was disgusted by that seductive woman. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, and the corner of her mouth curled up into an evil smile. He Mayangqi, you can't run away. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, but she did not make a move. This was because the current situation was not suitable for settling personal grudges. The huge anaconda moved quickly, like a peerless beast, and stopped at a nearby mountain range. The entire space became oppressive once again. Countless martial artists held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. This was because the three-headed demon general platform was so powerful that it formed a pressure that enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian and the others also retracted their gazes, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. As time passed, the entire bottom of the Black River became very quiet. Gradually, a strange aura spread out in the vicinity. Through his powerful soul power, Lin Xian keenly sensed that the strange aura came from the distant Rift Valley. Not only that, the aura was getting stronger. Traces of black gas condensed into bubbles, quickly rising from the Rift Valley. This strange phenomenon was not only noticed by Lin Xian, but also by the others. Many people stood up excitedly, looking at the Rift Valley in front of them with fiery eyes. In front of them, countless bubbles appeared in the terrifying Rift Valley, forming a very strange scene. The black bubbles floated quickly in the water and condensed together, forming a vague black figure. The figure was too vague, and only one person could be vaguely seen. The others could not be seen clearly. However, as soon as the black figure condensed, it exuded an ancient aura that quickly spread out in all directions. The aura was too terrifying, and it directly pressed the three powerful demon generals to the ground. Lin Xian and the others also held their breaths and looked over with rapt attention. After the figure appeared, the surrounding river water also fluctuated violently, quickly converging in front of the figure. Countless amounts of black water condensed under the vague figure, forming a black dragon that circled under the figure's feet. In the next moment, a low dragon roar sounded, like muffled thunder, quickly spreading out in all directions. This roar contained an aura that made one's soul tremble. The weaker warriors all trembled and sat on the ground, paralyzed. However, their eyes were filled with madness. Countless people shouted crazily as if they were possessed. Lin Xian and the others also changed their expressions, especially Bingling. She, who was as cold as ice, showed a surprised expression for the first time. King Pill Feather. She was too shocked. That aura was definitely not something a venerable could release. That was the aura of a king. That vague figure was actually a king. Needless to say, only one king had fallen in the Black River, and that was the famous King Pill Feather from thousands of years ago. At this moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the middle-aged expert from the Huangfu family all looked forward with a serious expression. On the giant python's head, Xiao Mei also put away her seductive appearance, and there was a trace of madness and passion in her eyes. A king's treasure. It really is a king's treasure. She was too excited, far more excited than the others, because the Blackwater City had a water dragon pill. It was refined by King Pill Feather himself. At this moment, not only her, but all the warriors in Blackwater City trembled with excitement. This is King Pill Feather. Chapter 867. Shocking, it was indeed shocking. That aura was too powerful, as if it had a natural suppression on martial artists, making them want to kneel down and worship it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could ignore the suppression. Otherwise, he would not be in a good state. In front, the hazy figure stood in the water, exuding a supreme suppression. Under the fervent gazes of countless people, the hazy figure slowly raised its arm. It's moving, it's moving. Countless people were excited, and they were all nervously watching the hazy figure's every move. Lin Xian was also nervously watching. He saw the hazy figure slowly raise its arm with its palm facing the sky, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. In the next moment, the Black River water splashed and quickly condensed toward the hazy figure. It kept rolling and surging into the figure's palm. A black energy ball quickly condensed on the figure's palm, shining with a terrifying light. Soon, the black energy ball entered the figure's palm and quickly flowed along the fingers. The 5 fingertips emitted light, and 5 light pillars shot out. They were like 5 true dragons, rushing in 5 directions. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the 5 true dragons quickly grew in size, forming a 300-meter-long body. They tore the river water apart, roaring and rushing in all directions. Everyone held their breaths, dumbfounded. The 5 ferocious true dragons stood in 5 different directions. Then their huge bodies circled and drilled into the river. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying vibrations were produced, and the river bottom seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Boom! 5 black light pillars surged out from the ground, rushed into the sky, and converged into a point. Lin Xian and the rest looked up at the black point in the sky. The black point quickly grew larger, forming a pitch-black door. The black door shone with a black light, and there were 2 lifelike black dragons swimming on it. They exuded a terrifying aura, as if it was the gate of hell. Treasure, the king's treasure, it's finally appeared. Countless people looked up and shouted crazily, their eyes filled with madness. They were too excited. The king's treasure that had been buried for thousands of years had finally appeared, and they had encountered it. This was definitely an extremely lucky thing. As long as they could enter the black door and obtain 1 or 2 treasures, they would be able to laugh arrogantly. After all, it was the treasure left behind by a king. Thinking of this, countless people took to the air and rushed toward the pitch-black gate in the sky. Lin Xian looked at the pitch-black door in the sky and took a deep breath. He was also very tempted by the things left behind by the kings. Previously, he had obtained a king's inheritance. With that king's inheritance, he was able to kill experts above his level. And now, the treasure in front of him was actually a king's treasure. After tasting the sweetness of a king's legacy, how could Lin Xian give up on the king's treasure? The others were also tempted. No one could remain calm in front of a king's treasure. Maintain the formation. We'll rush up too, Icicle said in a deep voice. At this moment, there was a hint of redness on her calm face. In the next moment, she stomped her foot and shot upwards like a shooting star. Lin Xian and the others followed behind her and charged upwards as well. When Lin Xian arrived in front of the black door, he immediately took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the black door. At the same time, he sensed an aura that was slightly similar to his profound jade platform. Could it be a teleportation array? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The black door in front of him was very likely a special teleportation array that transported everyone to the real king's treasure. Sure enough, when he stepped into the pitch-black door, he felt an extremely strong spatial force covering his body and forcibly taking him away. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. There was no black river around him, and Icicle and the others were not beside him. It seemed that the teleportation array did not have any rules. It was a random teleportation array. Although Lin Xian entered with Icicle and the others, they were teleported to a completely different place. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were other houses in this place besides his. However, he did not recognize them. Moreover, he found that this place was extremely strange. The air was very cold, and even the naked eye could see streaks of white, icy aura dancing in the air. If Icicle were here, she would definitely be overjoyed. This environment would greatly increase her combat strength. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kind of weather was not good for him. He circulated the spiritual qi in his body and formed a protective shield, blocking the cold aura outside his body. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It pulled his hair and pointed in a direction, shouting nonstop. There's something. Lin Xian was familiar with the little white monkey's behavior. It would only react like this when there was a treasure. Let's go and see. Lin Xian put the little white monkey on his shoulder and then stomped his feet. His whole body was like an arrow that left the bow, quickly rushing into the distance. After flying for a short while, he saw a snowy valley that exuded an even colder aura. In the middle of the valley, there was a blue lotus the size of a millstone, swaying with the wind. Snowy demonic lotus. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized the snow lotus in the middle of the ice valley. Snowy demonic lotus was an extremely rare ice attribute spirit treasure, especially the lotus seeds that it bore. They gathered the power of extreme coldness. It could condense a martial artist's spiritual power and strengthen their blood qi. It was extremely beneficial for martial artists. Moreover, this thing was extremely rare and usually only grew in extremely cold places. He did not expect to see a snowy demonic lotus here. It was indeed a king's treasure. It was indeed a big deal to encounter such a treasure as soon as he entered. The little white monkey shouted excitedly. It could not wait any longer. If it were not for Lin Xian holding it back, it would have rushed out long ago. Wuji, the little white monkey, was dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll take you there now, Lin Xian comforted. This place was very unfamiliar. He did not know if it was dangerous, so he was worried about the little white monkey going alone. He had just comforted the little white monkey when an extremely arrogant laughter suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha! Snowy demonic lotus. It's actually a snowy demonic lotus. This voice contained a strong sense of ecstasy. Then Lin Xian saw a voice rushing toward the ice valley like a stream of light. The figure was very fast. In an instant, it entered the ice valley and came near the snowy, demonic lotus. The next moment, he stretched out a huge spiritual power hand and grabbed downward. Haha, this snowy demonic lotus is mine. The figure laughed arrogantly. However, before the light hand could land, a blue light pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the figure. The figure did not even have time to scream before he died in the air and fell to the ground. Chapter 868. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the valley with a grave expression. The attack was so fast that even he could not see it clearly. He only saw a blue ray of light shoot out and kill the martial artist instantly. That move was too terrifying. It was even more powerful than a third heaven honorable. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. It's the ice toad. The dark red divine dragon peeked out and said softly. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead like a sword. Indeed, he saw a blue shadow moving quickly under the lotus. That should be the ice toad that the dark red divine dragon had mentioned. Looks like it's not that simple. Lin Xian sighed. Such a treasure must be guarded by a powerful demonic beast. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by someone else. It's just an ice toad. Do you really think it can protect the ice snow lotus? A disdainful voice sounded, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. An enchanting middle-aged woman appeared in the air. She looked down at the ice snow demon spirit and the ice toad with a burning gaze. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged woman flew towards the ice snow valley. Seeing that there were humans who dared to enter, the ice toad cried out angrily and spat out a blue bubble. An extremely strong energy was emitted from the bubble and froze the surrounding air. The middle-aged woman saw it and laughed in disdain. She waved her hands and sent out countless palm shadows. Boom! The palm shadows that filled the sky collided with the ice bubble. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard as if they had hit metal. In the next moment, the ice toad was sent flying. The middle-aged woman reached out to grab the ice lotuses. Poof! She grabbed the ice lotus in her hand and pulled it out forcefully. The bewitching frost lotus was pulled out by her. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists' breathing quickened. They looked at the middle-aged woman with red eyes. The middle-aged woman snorted and emitted a powerful aura of an honorable martial artist. Everyone was stunned. Instantly, countless martial artists shook their heads and regained their clarity. They knew that the middle-aged woman was very powerful and was not someone they could deal with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. Others might be afraid of the middle-aged woman, but he wasn't. It was impossible for him to give up a treasure like the demonic ice lotus. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he discovered that another ice lotus had appeared in the valley, blooming beautifully. This, not only Lin Xian, but all the other martial artists were also stunned. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there was more than one bewitching frost lotus? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's eyes lit up again. If this was true, then they all had a chance. Lin Xian was also stunned and puzzled. That's right, the one that was plucked wasn't the real demonic frost lotus. The dark red divine dragon suddenly said, "The real demonic frost lotus is still in the valley." "It's not true? What's that?" Lin Xian frowned. "It doesn't look fake. Companion ice lotus is also a kind of spirit medicine. It grows with the demonic frost lotus," the dark red divine dragon said. Actually, the demonic frost lotus evolved from the companion ice lotus. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, Lin Xian understood that there was no demonic frost lotus originally. They were all ordinary ice lotuses. However, these ice lotuses competed together, and the one that won in the end evolved into the demonic frost lotus, while the others became the companion ice lotus. As if confirming the dark red divine dragon's words, Countless companion ice lotuses appeared in the valley in front of them. They slowly rotated and emitted a blue light. So many! The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Then they revealed ecstatic expressions. They didn't know about the companion ice lotus, but this didn't stop them from being ecstatic. Because there were so many ice lotuses, it was enough for them to divide. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman's face darkened. A hint of anger appeared in her long and narrow eyes. Scram! In the next moment, she roared and waved her sleeve. A terrifying power blasted out, turning several nearby martial artists into a bloody mist. Retreat! Countless martial artists felt their scalps tingle. They quickly distanced themselves from the middle-aged woman and flew towards Frost Valley from another direction. Roar! Very soon, angry roars came from inside Frost Valley. Several massive figures appeared and fought with those martial artists. It looked like there was more than one guardian beast. Lin Xian similarly swayed his figure and flew towards Frost Valley. However, an angry roar came from the side again. Scram! The voice was like thunder rolling over and surging towards Lin Xian. All around, those ice mountains exploded with a loud bang. Unable to withstand the surge of power, it turned out that the surrounding martial artists all retreated. Only Lin Xian was still there. Furthermore, the direction he flew in just happened to be beside the middle-aged woman. Actually, this was very normal, because this was the shortest distance. Any martial artist would do this. However, this action became a provocation in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Furthermore, she didn't obtain the real demonic frost lotus and was in a bad mood. She just happened to vent her anger on Lin Xian. But Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't provoke the other party at all, but the other party attacked him mercilessly. Even a clay figurine had some anger, let alone him. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it out quickly. A blood-red sword wave rushed out quickly. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered. Bang! The sword wave and the sound wave collided, producing a buzzing sound. What? The middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. She realized that the sword wave had cut through the sound wave and was rushing towards her quickly. She couldn't believe it. Her opponent was a kid in the second heaven. She could kill such a person with just a shout. But now, the situation was beyond her expectations. With a cold snort, the middle-aged woman waved her palm and released a vast amount of energy. The terrifying light palm collided with the blood-red sword wave, producing another earth-shattering explosion. In the chaotic airflow, the middle-aged woman took a step back. As for Lin Xian, his speed didn't change as he flew towards Frost Valley. Damn it! Looking at the disappearing figure, the middle-aged woman was extremely angry. She couldn't bear that a junior kid had forced her to retreat. However, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sword wave just now was too sharp and made her uncomfortable. What a strange kid! The middle-aged woman's eyes were gloomy. With a cold snort, she flew towards the valley. But this time, she did subconsciously avoid Lin Xian. In Frost Valley, it was extremely chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and terrifying forces filled the entire space. Countless warriors and demonic beasts were fighting. The momentum was terrifying, and both sides were bloodshot. Not only that, but the battles between the warriors were even more tragic. Often, they would be killed by the nearby warriors if they weren't paying attention. For a moment, everyone was extremely vigilant and didn't dare to let others get close to them. Lin Xian saw all of this. He didn't care about these people, nor did he stay. Instead, he flew directly into the depths of the valley, because that place was even colder, and it was also the place that Snow White Little Monkey wanted to go. Not long after, he arrived at the depths. The surrounding cold wind blew, easily tearing the air apart. Chapter 869. In the depths of Frost Valley, the cold wind was bone-chilling. Martial artists below the honorable realm could not enter at all. Lin Xian arrived here. His eyes flickered. He reached out his hand to grab a few times and found that they were all companion ice lotuses. However, the quality of the companion ice lotuses here was better than the ones outside. But no matter how good they were not frost-bewitching lotuses. Lin Xian's target was the frost-bewitching lotuses. He released his soul power and quickly searched around. At this moment, another wave of spiritual energy came from behind, carrying a powerful aura. Lin Xian frowned. He turned around and found that there were more martial artists behind him. Those people had powerful auras and were undoubtedly powerhouses. It seemed that the others were not satisfied with the companion ice lotuses and wanted to find better ones. However, this bewitching lotus was not easy to find. Whether or not they could find it depended on their ability. He retracted his gaze and was about to turn around when he saw a few figures appear in the void again. This time, his brows furrowed even tighter, because those people were none other than Xiao Mei and the others from Blackwater City. A group of 6 people. Walking at the front was the extremely coquettish Xiao Mei. Following close behind was the white-haired silver granny who was holding a walking stick. Behind them were 4 other honorable realm martial artists. Such a lineup was undoubtedly very powerful here. Lin Xian recognized them. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian as well. Immediately, the corners of her mouth curled up into a devilish smile. The charm on her face became abnormally strong. High-grade yang qi. I've finally encountered one again. Xiao Mei laughed out loud, especially when she found that Lin Xian was alone. She licked her lips without restraint. Little brother, we're fated to meet again. Xiao Mei swayed her waist and walked over with a smile. Behind her, the silver granny followed closely. The other 4 martial artists separated and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet them here. However, he quickly smiled again because, with his strength, he was not afraid of these people. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "Yes, it's fate. How should I address you, sister?" "Hee hee." Xiao Mei covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes brimming with charm. "This humble one is Xiao Mei, is little brother alone. This place is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me?" "Oh." At this point, Xiao Mei once again approached. She was now less than 3 feet away from Lin Xian. At this distance, Lin Xian could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body, as well as the faintly discernible naked body. However, he refused with a smile. "No, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Lin Xian stopped smiling and turned to leave. "Aya, little brother, don't go." Xiao Mei's voice was seductive and carried a strange power that made people's limbs go soft. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. In her palm, there was a small silver needle. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. This was the passion flower needle. The person who was hit by it would burn his body. If it was not released immediately, the person would definitely explode and die. It could be said that this was a very sinister method. Now, this poisonous needle was hidden in Xiao Mei's palm and was stabbing at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would have been hit. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely strong. He immediately noticed the abnormality. He sneered and pointed his finger. On the tip of his finger, a sharp sword aura surrounded it. It carried a shocking bloody aura as if it wanted to devour people. Ding! With one strike, the sword aura shattered the passion flower needle. Otherwise, the sword aura would have pierced through Xiao Mei's palm. Puff! Fresh blood flowed out, followed by a scream. Xiao Mei screamed and quickly retreated. She covered her pierced palm and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. "You dare to hurt me?" "What a joke. You just used a hidden weapon to attack me. So what if I hurt you?" Lin Xian sneered. "You're courting death." Xiao Mei was so angry that her delicate body trembled. "Kill him. Kill him for me. Cut off his limbs. I want to suck his yang qi dry." "Humph, I knew you were up to no good." Lin Xian snorted. Seeing that the other party had shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any scruples. After all, there were only a few of them here. Even if he killed Xiao Mei, it would not be a big deal. At most, he would be hunted down by the people of Blackwater City. There were many people who wanted his life. Blackwater City was nothing. Brat, you dare to hurt my family's young miss. Kneel down and accept your death. Behind him, Grandma Silver's voice was cold. She quickly waved the brown cane in her hand. The other 4 cultivators joined forces to seal off the area, preventing Lin Xian from escaping. These people all had sinister smiles on their faces as they stared at Lin Xian. Killing intent surrounded them. You were lucky to be able to escape last time. Today will be the day you die. So it was you guys who did it. Lin Xian's face darkened. You guys dare to kill a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy? How dare you? If you die, who would know that we killed you? Grandma Silver's voice was hoarse, containing a bone-piercing chill. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Similarly, if you guys die, the people of Blackwater City will not know that I was the one who killed you guys. He punched out, blocking the snake-headed cane in the air. Brat, you are too arrogant. Die for me. Grandma Silver no longer spoke and attacked with all her might. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, shattering the surrounding ice mountains. Countless mountain peaks crumbled as rocks fell down. Blocked it? Grandma Silver's eyes narrowed in astonishment. After that, her orange, peel-like old face became incomparably malevolent. Go, attack together, and kill him. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated. The 4 cultivators also roared and attacked. Formation. A low voice rang out as 4 black formation flags appeared. They fluttered in the air, sealing off the entire space. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Black light flashed as the black flags rumbled. The 4 flags enlarged continuously, resembling 4 black mountains, suppressing the surroundings. Terrifying black chi permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings. A chilly wind blew, and muffled thunder rumbled. Brat, let's see where you can escape to this time. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she walked over with her cane. Leave. I have never thought of escaping. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to be stubborn. Fine. I will let you experience my true strength. The old woman was extremely confident, her eyes gleaming. Grandma Silver, keep him alive. I must get his yang qi. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and said from behind, Miss, don't worry. I know what to do. Grandma Silver nodded, her cold gaze once again shrouding Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from her body. Her entire body was covered in flowing light, and her withered skin seemed to become lustrous. Not only that, the cane in her hand was replaced by a black flag. The black flag swayed, and a chilly wind blew, tearing the ground apart. Brat, I will refine you into dregs today. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she quickly waved the black flag in her hand. It was as if a dark cloud was floating. Chapter 870. Granny Silver held a large black flag and waved it quickly. Black light bloomed and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian swung his fists and unleashed a series of golden fist shadows that blotted out the sky and the sun. They were incomparably mighty as they blasted out in all directions. The golden fist collided with the black light, creating a rumbling sound. At the same time, the surrounding black flags also bloomed with light. Countless black auras hung down like a black waterfall, constantly surging and shaking the entire valley. Countless black auras surged toward Lin Xian as if to devour him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light shone from his body, forming a huge shadow of a golden giant. It stood tall and tore apart the black auras. The golden giant was too terrifying. It directly uprooted an iceberg and smashed it toward Granny Silver and the others. Rumble! The scene was too shocking. An iceberg rose from the ground and quickly fell. A large black shadow was cast on the ground, covering the warriors. "Break for me!" Granny Silver snorted and quickly waved the black flag. A black flood dragon rushed out of the flag, its huge body smashing into the iceberg and shattering it. This collision caused a large crack to appear on the ground. It was a terrifying scene. "Suppress it with all your might," Granny Silver shouted coldly. At the same time, she waved the black flag in her hand, making the flood dragon more realistic. The 4 warriors around her also attacked. 4 flood dragons flew out, intertwining in the air to form a flood dragon diagram, enveloping Lin Xian. The black flood dragon diagram emitted a terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was ready to draw his long sword and attack with all his might. At this time, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, there's a special aura fluctuation below." "Below? Fluctuation?" Lin Xian was stunned, then understood. His eyes lit up. In this frost valley, the only thing that could attract the dark red dragon's attention was probably the demonic frost lotus. As for below, it should be under the ice. Could it be that the demonic frost lotus is under the ice? Lin Xian thought. If that was the case, then the news must not be leaked. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the pitch-black flood dragon diagram above him. Now was a good opportunity. He could use the Jiao dragon diagram as a cover to sneak under the ice. At the thought of this, Lin Xian quickly activated the Red Lotus armor and covered his body, forming a strong defense. In the next moment, the pitch-black Jiao dragon diagram crashed down. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, the earth was cracking, and the icebergs were shaking. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Grandma Silver and the others laughed. Being struck by the flood dragon diagram, that brat would definitely die. Moreover, this flood dragon diagram had another special characteristic, which was that regardless of whether a martial artist was dead or alive, it could still forcibly absorb yang qi. This way, not only would he kill his opponent, but he would also obtain the yang energy. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Mei also looked ahead with a cold smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. With his yang energy, she might be able to break through to the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. In front of them, black gas surrounded them and quickly disappeared. The 5 flood dragons roared and flew back into the 5 black flags. Grandma Silver waved her hand and grabbed the black flags again. In the next moment, her face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Xiao Mei asked with a frown. "There's no yang energy." Grandma Silver's face was gloomy. She carefully sensed and realized that the black flood dragon she summoned back did not absorb the brat's yang energy. No. Xiao Mei was also stunned. How is this possible? The black flood dragon is a treasure that absorbs yang energy. She did not believe it because she had never failed to use the black flood dragon before. "Unless he's not dead," Grandma Silver said coldly. "He's not dead? Then where did he go?" Xiao Mei asked. She was very anxious. After all, the brat's life was related to whether she could break through to the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. In the battle just now, we sealed off the surroundings. He had no chance to escape at all. The only place he could have gone is underground. Grandma Silver looked at the shattered ground in front of her with flickering eyes. Underground. Xiao Mei also looked ahead. There was a huge crack in the ice layer that stretched for 1,000 meters. Then she said anxiously, "What are we waiting for? Let's go after him. We must catch him." "Young miss, don't be anxious. The underground ice layer is not that easy to enter. The coldness down there is more than 10 times that above. If a supremacy sin goes down there, there's no way he can survive. Even a third heaven supremacy would find it difficult to stay down there for a long time. That brat is only a second heaven supremacy. Although his strength is comparable to a third heaven supremacy, it's impossible for him to stay down there for a long time. How about this? We'll wait here for 2 hours. If that brat doesn't come out after 2 hours, it means that he died down there. There's no need for us to wait any longer. It's better to look for other treasures. Hearing Grandma Silver's analysis, Xiao Mei nodded. Okay, let's do it. The group sat there and waited patiently. However, 2 hours passed, and the other party still did not come up. Young miss, don't wait any longer. Even a third heaven supremacy would have frozen to death down there. Damn it, damn it. Xiao Mei was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was going crazy. The yang qi that she had set her eyes on had actually escaped just like that. She could not accept it. Damn it. The other party would rather freeze to death down there than be caught by her. She was so angry. Brat, I'll catch your companions and suck all their yang qi dry. Then I'll torture them to death. You forced me to do this. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and said with a ferocious expression. She snorted coldly and quickly left with Grandma Silver and the others. After all, she did not come here to capture Lin Xian this time. She had a more important mission. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the ice layer and immediately felt the bone-piercing cold around him. It was much colder than above. He did not hesitate and activated the Red Lotus armor. At the same time, he released the concept of fire to resist it. A bright red armor covered his body. Flames danced on the armor, resisting the cold air around him. It had to be said that the Red Lotus armor was too powerful. Not only could it resist attacks, but it could also resist the cold. Moreover, this was only an illusion. If it was a real armor, the effect would be heaven-defying. It seemed that when he returned this time, he would have to take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Lin Xian decided that when he returned to the academy, he would bring people to ask the Wind City's Huang family and take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. He had already collected many rare treasures. In addition to the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold, he could already make a small part of the armor. With the support of the Red Lotus armor, the cold around him had a minimal effect on him. At least he could stay here for a long time. He did not know that Xiao Mei and the others were still waiting outside. At this moment, he was using his soul power to sense the strange energy fluctuation. Chapter 871. Lin Xian nodded. Without any hesitation, a sharp sword radiance appeared on his body as he rushed downwards. Wherever he passed, the ice layer cracked. Nothing could stop him. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. In the end, even a third heaven honorable did not dare to stay. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. When Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the ice layer, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he found a lotus flower in the ice layer at the bottom right. It was azure in color and emitted a strange fragrance. The lotus flower was crystal clear and contained traces of multicolored light. As the light flowed, it carried a coldness that could make one's soul tremble. The aura contained a mysterious fluctuation. It was the same fluctuation that the dark red divine dragon had sensed earlier. Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. That's right. This is the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. The dark red divine dragon looked down and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and looked down with a burning gaze. He had not expected the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus to really be under the ice layer. In fact, this was normal. It was the safest to be under the ice layer, which was hundreds of meters deep. This place was so cold that even a third heaven honorable would not dare to enter. Even if a powerhouse discovered it, they might not be able to retrieve it. Only a powerhouse like Lin Xian, who had the Red Lotus armor with extremely strong defense, could come here. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian calmed himself down. The sword radiance on his body surged like a sharp sword as he quickly flew downwards. However, just as he approached the ice-snow demonic lotus, he felt an extremely cold air rush towards him as if it was going to freeze him. Lin Xian used his fire concept and formed a raging fire around him to resist the cold air with all his might. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indiscernible radiance pierced through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant before stabbing down. Bang! In the next moment, the blue radiance collided with his chest and made a deep sound. The terrifying force sent him flying. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His entire body was stiff and cold, and his movements became slow. A cold and gloomy aura quickly drilled into his body, causing destruction. Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation, dispelling the cold air and restoring his senses. At the same time, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. It was too terrifying. If he didn't have the Red Lotus armor, that attack would have pierced through his heart. What was it that possessed such a terrifying aura? Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with fear. Lin Xian scanned the area with all his might. Found it. Soon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. On the ice-snow lotus below there was a blue ice snake. Its entire body was blue, as if it had fused together with the ice-snow bewitching lotus. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. The ice snake was only 3 feet long. It coiled around its body, and its blue eyes stared coldly at Lin Xian. On its head, there was a thumb-sized horn that emitted a deep blue light. It's the Unicorn Ice Snake King. He's ranked in the top 100 on the Earth ranking. The dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. Ranked in the top 100. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly small ice snake would have such a powerful background. You're lucky. This Unicorn Ice Snake King hasn't fully matured yet. Its current strength is equivalent to a 3rd heaven honorable. Although it's powerful, it's not invincible. If he had come a little later and allowed it to devour the ice, snow-bewitching lotus, even a 4th heaven honorable wouldn't have been able to subdue it. So my luck isn't bad? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. His expression was grave, and he didn't dare to be careless. The previous attack had shown him how powerful his opponent was. This Unicorn Ice Snake King was definitely a threat to his life. Don't worry. With the 3 of us working together, we can definitely subdue it. The dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey jumped out. However, we have to distribute the items first. I don't want the ice snow bewitching lotus, but you have to help me capture this Unicorn Ice Snake King. The dark red divine dragon wasn't interested in the ice snow bewitching lotus. However, it was determined to capture the Ice Snake King. Although it was a snake and couldn't be compared to dragons, it was still a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll. Its bloodline was still very strong. If it could devour its flesh, it would definitely recover a lot of its strength. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Wu Ji, the little white monkey, also nodded in agreement. The Unicorn Ice Snake King was looking at Lin Xian with a mocking look. As a beast, it was powerful and intelligent. Naturally, it could sense that although the human in front of it was powerful, he was still no match for it. Although it hadn't killed him with its previous attack, it believed that if it attacked again, he wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. However, when the 2-foot-long dark red snake appeared, the Unicorn Ice Snake King became nervous. Its entire body tensed up, and a look of shock and fear appeared in its blue eyes. Although the other party was weaker than it, the aura it emitted was so oppressive that it couldn't breathe. This wasn't a suppression of strength, but a suppression of the bloodline in its body. When it saw the dark red snake, it was like a subject seeing its king. It wanted to kneel down and worship it. Hiss! The Unicorn Ice Snake King's body coiled around and opened its bloody mouth. It kept hissing and flicking its tongue. As a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll, It had a powerful bloodline and was very powerful. How could it allow someone to worship it? It was the king here, and everyone had to worship it. The appearance of the dark red snake was undoubtedly a challenge to its position. It had to kill the other party and eat its flesh to vent its anger. Only then could it maintain its position as the overlord. Moreover, the other party's flesh might even allow it to evolve. In the next moment, the unicorn ice snake king moved quickly. Like an icy blue sword, it drew a shadow in the air and stabbed at the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the other party's target to be Ruffian Dragon. He focused his gaze and was about to stop it. He knew that Ruffian Dragon hadn't fully recovered its strength. It was only equivalent to a first sky supremacy. It would be a little difficult to fight against the Unicorn Ice Snake King. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the dark red divine dragon was faster than him. The dark red divine dragon's purple gold eyes looked at the blue figure in front of it with a hint of disdain. Although it had lost its dragon essence and its strength was greatly reduced, it was still a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon Clan. Its bloodline was very powerful, and no one could compare to it. Moreover, it was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. It was very experienced. Dealing with a small snake that hadn't fully matured was a piece of cake for it. Even if the other party was strong, it could still crush it with its bloodline. The dark red divine dragon growled and let out a deep dragon roar. It rushed forward quickly, and a powerful dragon aura shrouded the surroundings. Buzz. Chapter 872. It was too powerful. This aura was absolutely suppressive. It could not fight back at all. It knew that it had underestimated the other party. The difference in their levels was far greater than it had expected. Run. The Unicorn Ice Snake King turned and ran, not daring to stay any longer. Help me stop it. The dark red dragon shouted. Don't let it escape. The dark red dragon shouted. It could only use its aura to intimidate the other party. If the other party wanted to run, it would not be able to stop it. For this, it had to rely on Lin Xian and the little white monkey. As soon as the dark red dragon finished speaking, the little white monkey turned into a ray of white light and chased after the Unicorn Ice Snake King. In the next moment, its furry paw slapped the Unicorn Ice Snake King's head, knocking it unconscious. At the same time, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and used the dragon catcher hands. Golden light flashed, forming two true dragon palms that quickly grabbed forward. In an instant, the Unicorn Ice Snake King was captured. At this time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King recovered from the dizziness. When it saw the situation it was in, it roared angrily. Although it was powerful, the dragon catcher hands was even more powerful. Furthermore, it was executed by Lin Xian using the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, it could not escape. To think that it, the mighty Snake King, was actually being controlled by a little brat. This was something that it could not accept. A strong murderous intent appeared in its cold eyes. The Unicorn Ice Snake King screamed into the sky. At the same time, the blue horn on its forehead shone brightly. A power that made one's heart tremble was emitted from the horn. The power was too strong. It was definitely beyond the third heaven honorable realm. Perhaps only a fourth heaven honorable realm cultivator could release it. In the next moment, the horn was aimed at Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he quickly removed the Lone Star Sword and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to its maximum. Then he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King released a blue ray of death that tore through the void. The two collided, creating a terrifying scene. Buzz! Crack! The Lone Star Sword combined with the Great Dragon Sword Soul had an extremely powerful attack power that directly shattered the blue ray. Then he stabbed out with his sword again. The terrifying sword Qi slashed at his opponent's body, and tore open terrifying wounds. "Kid, control it. Leave the rest to me." When the dark red dragon god saw this, it howled in delight. It dashed to the side of the unicorn ice snake king and quickly slithered away to set up an array. Then he sat in the middle of the formation and tried his best to activate it. Roar! Although the array was unknown, was very magical. In an instant, the unicorn ice snake let out a miserable cry. Its body twisted crazily, trying to break free from the dragon catcher hands and the array. However, in the next moment, it was struck again, and its entire body was almost split in half. At the same time, a mysterious power was released from the formation and attached to its body, causing its life force to quickly drain away. Not long after, the light in the snake king's eyes faded. Its body swayed, as if it would collapse at any moment. "Kid, that's enough. Let go," the dark red dragon said. Hearing this, Lin Xian put away her Lone Star sword and dragon catcher hands and quietly watched from the side. The dark red dragon god continued to activate the array, causing the unicorn ice snake king to fall unconscious. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the snake whole. "Kid, I'm full. I'm going to take a rest," the dark red dragon god said, and went back into the demon beast pouch. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. Then he looked down, his eyes burning with passion. In a flash, Lin Xian came to the front of the ice snow lotus. Grabbing with his 5 fingers, 7 fist-sized blue lotus seeds floated in the air, emitting a chilling aura. Although the chilling aura was cold, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. After giving 3 lotus seeds to little Snow Monkey, Lin Xian kept the remaining 4. He then took a step forward and sat on the lotus with his legs crossed. According to what he knew, the ice lotus seeds were very magical, so he planned to use them immediately. Holding a lotus seed in his hand, Lin Xian activated the art of longevity to absorb the energy in his body. Waves of pure ice energy flew out of the lotus seed and entered Lin Xian's body. Then it flowed through his meridians. Soon, the chilling aura flowed through his entire body. Lin Xian's body became crystal clear, covered with a layer of blue light. He opened his eyes and felt the spiritual energy in his body become even purer. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian turned to look at the little monkey. Suddenly, his face froze. This little guy directly treated the frost lotus seed as a jelly bean and ate it directly. Soon, the 3 lotus seeds were swallowed by the little monkey. The little monkey let out a satisfied cry. In a flash, the little monkey climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulder, curled up into a ball, and squinted its eyes. "I wonder what will happen if I eat them." Seeing the little monkey's actions, Lin Xian suddenly had the idea of eating them. In the past, the ice would be absorbed by holding them. Very few people would eat them. Now he decided to try it. Taking out another ice lotus seed, Lin Xian raised his head and swallowed it. Soon, a strange cold energy exploded in his body. It flowed like a wild current. "Suppress it," Lin Xian snorted. He activated the art of longevity with all his might and quickly calmed the chilling aura. It had to be said that the art of longevity was very mysterious and powerful. Under his activation, the wild cold energy was quickly suppressed and flowed according to a specific path. At the same time, Lin Xian felt a strange energy in his body. That energy was not a physical existence, but Lin Xian could clearly feel it. It seemed to be a concept. That's right, it was a concept. Lin Xian had already comprehended several concepts, so he was very familiar with this feeling. He was very surprised. He did not expect that eating a snow lotus seed would allow him to comprehend a trace of ice concept. Before this, he had never come into contact with ice attribute energy. However, a single snow lotus seed allowed him to directly comprehend ice concept. As expected of the snow lotus, it's really powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was delighted. He quickly swallowed the remaining 2 lotus seeds. In the next moment, the cold energy became more obvious. It directly allowed his ice concept to reach the minor accomplishment realm. This snow lotus seed is amazing. Lin Xian opened his eyes, full of shock. He got up and looked at the snow lotus under his feet. Strictly speaking, those lotus seeds were just fruits. This snow lotus was the real body. He wondered what would happen if he ate the snow lotus. Chapter 873. It stuck its head out and took a bite of the lotus petal. Then, it quickly spat the petal out. Not only that, it kept spitting with a look of disdain. Then, the snow-white fox looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It snorted twice and curled up into a ball again, narrowing its eyes. Fuck! I'm being despised by a monkey. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. However, he did not give up because the concept of ice in his body had increased again. It's really effective. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and could not help but speed up his devouring. If anyone was here and saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. It was fine if you ate the lotus seed, but now you even ate the lotus. This was a little crazy. Lin Xian did not care. He was now comprehending the concept of ice in his body. In just a short while, his concept of ice had reached greater mastery, and he had just eaten 2 petals. I don't care, I'll eat it all. Lin Xian looked at the remaining lotus platform, and lotus roots with a fiery gaze. In the depths of Frost Valley, the ground was cracked and terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. This was caused by the previous battle. However, a person was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. He carried a large black flag on his back that fluttered loudly. This warrior was one of Xiao Mei's team members. At this moment, he was left behind to continue monitoring this place. Xiao Mei had ordered him to monitor this place for a day. If he did not find anything unusual after a day, he was to return. From this, it could be seen how big Xiao Mei's obsession was. She really wanted to obtain Yang Qi. However, this black-robed warrior did not care. He only sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate, not caring about what was going on around him. This was because, in his opinion, a second firmament supremacy had no chance of surviving after entering the icy world below. One had to know that even a third firmament supremacy would have frozen to death after such a long time. However, due to the orders, he could only stay here for a day. Time passed, and half a day had passed. The black-robed warrior seemed to be a little impatient. Damn, brat, you're still making me worry even after death. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to find the other party's corpse and whip it a few times. However, in the next moment, the ice surface in front of him began to tremble slightly. The ground that had already cracked open became hideous once again. What? Is there a situation? The black-robed warrior was stunned. Then he quickly stood up and looked ahead with a dignified look. In the next moment, a sword ray flew out from below and soared into the sky. The black-robed cultivator focused his gaze and looked up at the sky. At the same time, his body shook and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What? That kid was still alive. How is this possible? He was too shocked. One had to know that it was extremely cold under the ice. Even a third-rank venerable would have frozen to death after staying there for such a long time. But now, a second heaven-exalted realm, Brat had actually come out unscathed. This was simply too shocking. Impossible. Could it be that this Brat has been hiding all this time and didn't go under the ice? The black-clothed martial artist was bewildered. He didn't believe that this young man had rushed up from beneath the ice. He thought that this young man must have been hiding somewhere, and now that he had come out, he must have wanted to escape. Lin Xian also saw the black-robed cultivator below, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party had not given up and had actually sent a martial artist to stay here. Since you're here, then stay here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, how dare you escape? Today you'll die. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He flipped his hand and pulled out the large black flag behind his back and waved it quickly. Boom! Black fog filled the air and quickly dispersed. It was as if a dark cloud had shrouded the entire area. A deep roar was heard and a huge black dragon loomed in the clouds. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Brat die! The black-robed cultivator sneered and waved the large black flag with all his might. Suddenly, the huge dragon in the sky stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. You want to fight? That's good. I can test my new martial soul. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his arms slightly and circulated his spiritual power. Then the void behind him blurred and a blue lotus quickly condensed. The lotus was crystal clear. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a cold aura that froze the surrounding air. Lin Xian looked up at the void and looked at the incoming black dragon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the dragon. Ka! In the next moment, the blue ice lotus shadow and the huge black dragon claw collided. A terrifying sound was heard. Clouds of cold air gushed out and wrapped around the black dragon's claw, freezing it. Then the terrifying cold air flowed along the dragon's claw and quickly spread throughout the dragon's body. Ice seal, Lin Xian said coldly. The blue lotus behind him rotated and released an extremely cold aura that instantly froze the dragon. What? How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that the black dragon would be frozen in an instant. This was too shocking. This brat's strength is terrifying. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stared at the lotus. Ice snow demonic lotus. Damn it, this brat got the demonic ice snow lotus. In an instant, he understood that Lin Xian must have had a fortuitous encounter and got the demonic ice snow lotus. This greatly increased his strength and allowed him to freeze the black dragon. I must report this to the young Mississippi. We must get rid of this brat. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He decided to send this important news back. Holding the black flag in his hand, the black-robed cultivator turned into a black smoke and rushed into the distance. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered and stepped on the air. Behind him, a blue lotus spun quickly. Ice seal the world. He waved his arm and his cold voice spread in all directions. The blue lotus flew into the sky and released thousands of icy aura, freezing everything within 100 miles. Open! The black-robed cultivator roared and punched the blue ice seal. However, he still underestimated the icy aura. The terrifying punch didn't break the ice seal. Instead, the icy aura slowed his movements, and his entire body seemed to be frozen. He wanted to resist, but in the next moment, the blue lotus was already above his head. It spun gently and instantly froze him. Lin Xian's footsteps flashed, and he came to the black-robed cultivator's side and took away the black flag. He gently tapped the ice sculpture with his finger. Countless cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and it shattered with a loud bang. The black-robed cultivator's body also cracked and fell to the ground. As expected of the ice lotus martial spirit, it is indeed powerful and has endless uses. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. That's right, the blue lotus shadow behind him was his second martial spirit, the ice lotus martial spirit. In the underground ice layer, Lin Xian swallowed the entire demonic ice snow lotus. What shocked him was that after swallowing it, he actually condensed the ice lotus martial spirit. Chapter 874. Now he was no longer a cultivation newbie. Of course, he knew that martial spirits could be twinned because there were some special warriors in the world who had twin martial spirits. But he didn't expect that he would also condense a second martial spirit. I wonder if the other essences can also become martial spirits. Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the essences of wind, thunder, and fire could also be condensed into martial spirits, then his strength would be terrifying. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Even if he could succeed, the process would be extremely difficult. Putting away the ice lotus martial spirit, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out of the ice frost valley. At this time, he had already swallowed the bewitching frost lotus. There was no reason for him to stay in this place. Moreover, he had to find Bingling and the others, as well as the other king's treasures. Lin Xian quickly flew out of the ice frost valley. He used his soul power to check the surroundings and then flew towards the north. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many warriors flying towards the same place. Puzzled, he also followed behind. There should be treasures in the place where so many people were going. If Bingling and the others were nearby, they should also be going there. Thinking of this, he sped up. Gradually, vegetation appeared in front of him. It was no longer bare ground. First, there were pine trees, then snow trees, and finally there was a group of unknown plants. Most of them were white, forming a snow forest. Those warriors were running towards the depths of the forest. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian found that the area in front of him suddenly became empty. Under the 1,000-foot-tall ice mountain, there were several 100-foot-tall cave entrances. When the warriors in front of him saw the icy cave entrances, they were ecstatic and couldn't help but speed up. These people were all good at finding treasures. According to their experience, there should be some rare treasures in this kind of cave. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also went in. Sure enough, there was another world inside. It was like a palace with halls, stone rooms, cultivation rooms, and all kinds of things. It should be a ruin left by the ancient people. After passing through layers of stone corridors and several halls, Lin Xian didn't stop and kept running towards the depths. This distance had already exceeded the distance of the mountain range. He guessed that it should lead to the underground. Boom! A low and deep voice rang out in front of them. Like muffled thunder, it quickly spread in all directions, accompanied by violent spiritual energy. In front of him, several martial artists were unable to dodge in time and were swept by the fierce and violent spirit qi, and were immediately sent flying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked out a ray of sword qi from his finger, and immediately split the spiritual qi apart. A vacuum appeared where he was standing, and on both sides strong winds blew, blowing against the stone walls, causing them to shake violently. Up ahead, there was a fork in the road, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian stood at the fork in the road, thinking about which way to go. At this moment, a shout came from the left passage. Scram! Accompanying this voice was a wave of scorching spiritual energy. It was indeed very strange for such a heat wave to appear in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian frowned, because he found that the sound was made by the eastern phoenix. With a single step, his body swayed as he rushed towards the left side of the passage. At the same time, angry laughter came from the front again. "Ha! I didn't expect to see you here again. Little beauty, be obedient and let me have my fun. Maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You should have thought of today's ending if you dared to provoke our White Sharks gang." Another arrogant voice rang out. At this moment, in a large hall on the left passage, countless martial artists were gathered. Some were lone wolves, some were in small teams, and all kinds of forces were gathered here. However, among the many forces, there was one that was the most powerful. This team had about 20 people, and the two leaders were a bald man and a scarred man. Their powerful auras shrouded the entire space. These people were the White Sharks gang that Lin Xian and the others had met before. No martial artists dared to approach where they stood. Opposite them, there were several huge stone statues. The one in front was a woman carrying a sword case. Her hands were supporting the sky, and her feet were stepping on lotuses. Beside the stone statue, there was a fiery red figure. It was a beautiful woman with delicate features and an impressive figure. She wore a red soft armor that accentuated her exquisite curves. Around her, There were countless flames dancing, forming a halo. This woman was Dongfang Phoenix. At this moment, she was holding a crimson red whip in her right hand and a foot-long short sword in her left hand. There was a trace of anger on her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. The ending will be the same anyway. Resisting will only increase the pain of being tortured. The bald man looked at Dongfang Phoenix, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. The scarred man shouted coldly, "Stupid girl, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Bah! I was the one who found this thing first. You guys took one of it, and now you want to take what's in my hand. Do you have any shame?" Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense anger. She could not wait to burn all of them to ashes. However, although she was angry, she did not act rashly. This was because the scarred man's strength had reached the third heaven of the Venerable Realm, and the bald man was also a top second heaven of the Venerable Realm. Dongfang Phoenix had a chance of winning against any one of them. However, the situation was dangerous when the two of them worked together. Moreover, the other party had a group of strong underlings. If they really fought, she would very likely be besieged. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Wait until I catch you. See how I'll play you to death. The scarred man snorted coldly and then took a step forward. There was a green sword in his hand. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, it emitted a dazzling green light. The light was so dazzling that it almost dyed the entire space green. An extremely sharp aura quickly gushed out from the light. When the surrounding martial artists saw the green sword, many of them were enraged and swallowed their saliva. They naturally knew that the green sword in the scarred man's hand was the treasure he found in the main hall. To be exact, he obtained it from the woman's stone statue. However, he was not the one who found it. He was the one who snatched it. The first to find the green sword was Dongfang Phoenix. She found the green sword in the sword case behind the woman's stone statue. After Dongfang Phoenix arrived at the main hall, she quickly searched. Then, she looked at the woman's stone statue. When she opened the sword case on the woman's stone statue, a green light and a red light gushed out and immediately lit up the entire main hall. Along with it came a frighteningly sharp aura. Chapter 875. These people knew that only a top-grade spirit-grade artifact could emit such an aura. This kind of artifact was already a top-grade artifact. Other than the half-Earth-grade artifacts, it was the most precious spirit artifact. Under normal circumstances, only people from large factions would possess such a top-grade artifact. Ordinary martial artists, even third-level honorables, might not be able to obtain a top-grade artifact. One could imagine how precious a top-grade spirit-grade artifact was. At this moment, 2 top-grade artifacts had appeared in the main hall at the same time. How could everyone not be tempted? Countless people's eyes were burning as they rushed toward the stone statue. However, in the chaotic battle, the scarred man used his third-level honorable martial artist strength to forcefully snatch the green sword. As for the red short sword, it was protected by Dongfang Fenghuang. However, the green and red swords were a pair of mother-son swords. They could only unleash their greatest power when combined. If they were separated, their power would be greatly reduced. How could the scarred man be willing to give up after obtaining the green longsword? Therefore, he set his sights on Dongfang Fenghuang. They were determined to obtain the green and red mother-son swords. Moreover, Dongfang Fenghuang was extremely beautiful. It was hard for them to raise her. No matter what the reason was, they would attack Dongfang Fenghuang. "Stinky girl, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat later." The scarred man's voice was cold. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang. His strength had reached third-level honorable martial artist. He was quite famous in the Blackwater River Basin. At this moment, he was about to attack, causing the entire place to tense up. Dong Fong Feng Huang was trembling with anger. The other party was too shameless. Not only did he snatch the green sword, but he also wanted to snatch the red short sword in her hand. Did he really think she was easy to bully? If he wanted the short sword, he would have to exchange it with his life. Dong Fong Feng Huang said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, the divine flames on her body danced and formed a phoenix shadow that enveloped her entire body. The power was very terrifying. It swept out in all directions, causing the originally cold space to become hot. Around her, countless ice melted rapidly, forming water droplets. Then they evaporated, forming white mist that covered the entire space. This scene shocked the surrounding martial artists once again. It seemed that the girl in red was not a pushover. However, the bald man sneered disdainfully. "Little beauty, I admit that you are very strong. I'm afraid no one can completely subdue you in a one-on-one battle. But no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. You absolutely can't escape from the palm of our hands." The bald man laughed evilly, then turned to look at the scarred man. "Boss, hurry up and make a move. Capture this chick so that we don't have to worry too much." "Yes." The scarred man nodded. He was originally a bandit, so he didn't care about the morals of the Jianghu, nor did he know how to fight alone. Moreover, this was the king's treasure trove. There were many rare treasures here, so he couldn't waste too much time here. He had to end this quickly. Seeing the scarred man nod his head, the bald man grinned. Then his aura erupted. Insolent laughter reverberated throughout the area. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads. The White Sharks gang was a notorious bandit gang in the Heishui River area. This kind of person would not care about anything. Now, it seemed that with the two gang leaders taking action, the girl in red would definitely be unable to escape. Dong Fong Feng Huang gritted her teeth when she saw the two of them step forward. Her eyes were filled with determination. It would be difficult for her to deal with the two of them alone. However, even if she had to risk her life today, she would not let them have it easy. Thinking of this, she channeled all her spiritual energy. The flames outside her body became more vigorous. The red soft whip in her hand turned into a red dragon, roaring ferociously. The red short sword in her left hand also released a fierce aura. "Go, let's do this," the scarred man said coldly. Then his body moved violently, and like an afterimage, he quickly pounced forward. The long sword in his hand danced, forming a green sword screen that quickly shrouded the area in front of him. The bald man also roared and quickly followed up. He reached out his white, jade-like palm to grab the area in front of him. In an instant, a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. Dong Fong Feng Huang also shouted and quickly swung the treasured weapon in her hand. An earth-shattering collision sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the combined strength of the scarred man and the bald man was too terrifying. Dong Fong Feng Huang could only hold on for a moment before she was sent flying. "Little beauty, I'm coming." Hideous laughter rang out as the two figures quickly approached. "Am I going to die here?" Dong Fong Feng Huang revealed a trace of sadness. She was ready to fight with her life on the line. She would not let them get away with it. In the next moment, she was about to burn her spiritual energy. Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless amounts of cold air condensed and formed an iceberg above the hall. It pressed down on the scarred man and the bald man. Although the iceberg was not big, it emitted a monstrous chill that made people tremble uncontrollably. The scarred man and the bald man suddenly raised their heads, revealing a trace of shock. Then they roared and quickly attacked. Boom! A terrifying collision sound reverberated. The scarred man and the bald man were blocked, especially the bald man, who was forced back by the cold aura. What? Were saved? Dong Fong Feng Huang's beautiful eyes were shocked. Looking at the iceberg that suddenly appeared, she breathed a sigh of relief. In front of her, The blue iceberg blocked the scarred man and the bald man. "Who is it? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Sharks gang? Come out and face your death." The bald man was pushed back and roared crazily. The scarred man's expression was gloomy as he looked around. "Who are you sneaking around? Come out." "Hee, what White Sharks gang? Shameless indeed. Two big men bullying a little girl. Is your face grown on a dog's body?" A sharp voice of mockery rang out and reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone was shocked. Not many people dared to say such things about the White Sharks gang. That mysterious person was really bold. The members of the White Sharks gang were also infuriated as they clamored. The scarred man and the bald man's expressions were gloomy. Their bodies emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura that swept across the hall. "I don't care who you are. You're dead for interfering with our White Sharks gang's business." "Is that so?" The voice sounded again. "But I think the ones who will die will be you." In the next moment, a figure appeared on the iceberg. It was a handsome young man. He sat on the iceberg and sneered as he looked below the White Sharks gang. "Brett, it's you." Seeing the other party, the scarred man and the bald man's pupils shrank as they cried out in surprise. But when they saw that the other party was alone, they sneered again. "Lin Xian." Dongfang Fenghuang also cried out. Her worried expression was replaced by joy. She didn't expect that it was Lin Xian who saved her. Lin Xian appeared in front of Dongfang Fenghuang in a flash. Looking at her pale face, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Dongfang Fenghuang shook her head and said in a low voice, "If the two of us work together, we should be able to break through their siege. Wait until I meet up with Senior Sister Bingling and the others. I'll definitely have my revenge." "No need to wait for them. I'll avenge you now," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned around and looked at the White Sharks gang. His expression turned cold. "Leave the treasured swords you took and hand over your storage rings. Then I'll spare your lives." Chapter 876. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them even suspected that their ears were damaged. A young man dared to threaten the White Sharks gang? Was his brain damaged? They thought that some powerful figure had arrived, but it turned out to be a lunatic. If that was the case, the White Sharks gang would suffer a miserable fate next time. Many people shook their heads. On the other side, the White Sharks gang members were furious. All of them stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. They could not wait to kill him. On the other hand, the Scarface man and the bald man laughed crazily as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. "Kid, if all of your companions were here, we might not be afraid. But now that you're alone, how dare you speak such big words? You're courting death." The two stopped laughing, and their gazes turned cold. "You're the first one who dared to threaten the White Sharks gang. I'll let you know that some words cannot be said. You'll have to pay the price for saying them." The Scarface man stared at Lin Xian with a strong murderous aura in his eyes. "Kid, how dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Sharks gang? I let you know what it means to wish you were dead," the bald man said fiercely. The two of them were furious and filled with killing intent. It was obvious that they had the intention to kill. The White Sharks gang had been fighting in the Blackwater River Zone for so many years, and no one had ever dared to underestimate them. But now, a Second Sky Honorable Realm kid dared to provoke them. He was courting death. "Second brother, you go and stall that stinky girl. I'll take care of this stinky kid myself." The Scarface man said coldly, "Don't worry, boss. I can still do this." The bald man nodded. He then looked at Eastern Phoenix and revealed a sinister smile. "Be careful." Eastern Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry. They can't hurt me." Lin Xian smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. "What shameless boasting. I'll let you know my true strength in a while." The Scarface man took a step forward and his aura rapidly increased. The green treasure sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light like a green moon. It was extremely cold. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I can only say that it was a very foolish decision to make a move. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring the murderous look in his opponent's eyes. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked as they shook their heads one after another. In their opinion, a young man at the second sky of the honorable realm who dared to challenge the scarred man was undoubtedly seeking death. The knife-scarred man revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the young figure. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His reputation was not undeserved. In these years of fighting in the Black Water River, many powerful opponents had died in his hands. There were at least 80, if not 100, young boys like this one. He knew that these people were all young geniuses. Each and every one of them had their eyes at the top of their heads and didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, he had been fighting all year round. How powerful was his experience and strength? It was absolutely not something a little brat could compare to. In the next moment, the scar-faced man brandished his sword and slashed out. The sword, Qi, turned into a huge shark that quickly rampaged through the void towards Lin Xian. This was an attack that belonged to a third sky of the honorable realm. In addition to the power of a top-grade treasure, this attack was extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked as they retreated one after another. They felt as if the shark had turned into a real demon king that was emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the incoming shark sword aura. An ice-cold chill swiftly gushed out from his body. A blue aura surged and covered his body, forming a ball of blue light. At the same time, the cold aura that was released caused the temperature of the entire space to continue to drop. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian activated the cold aura and great dragon sword soul to strike out an ice phoenix. Buzz! The blue aura surged and quickly condensed in the void, forming a huge ice phoenix. The huge body emitted a cold aura that covered the entire hull. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it and began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the blue ice phoenix collided with the shark sword Qi. Boom! This attack was extremely terrifying. The crisscrossing sword Qi intertwined and created a shocking explosion. The void shattered and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. When everyone regained their vision and looked over again, they took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying deep pit appeared in the center of the area. The scarred man and Lin Xian were standing on both sides of the pit. Both of them weren't injured at all. This kid can actually withstand the attack of a third heaven supremacy? How is that possible? Countless people gasped in disbelief. Although the difference between the second and third celestial layers was only one celestial layer apart, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through such a level of suppression. Only peerless sky prides could challenge someone of a higher level. The handsome young man in front of them was also a sky pride. At the thought of this, everyone's mouths and tongues went dry. They were greatly shocked. Even the members of the White Sharks gang were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The scarred man was also stunned. Then he sneered, Sky Pride. No wonder you were so arrogant before. However, you're unlucky to have met me. I've even killed Sky Prides before. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my newly obtained sword. Humph, a third heaven supremacy is nothing to me. At least you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian said proudly. His eyes flickered with confidence. Before this, he had already killed a third heaven supremacy. Now that he had a second martial soul, his strength had greatly increased. It wouldn't take much effort to kill his opponent. Moreover, time was precious in the king's treasure. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Therefore, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. The space in front of him fluctuated. A blue lotus quietly bloomed, emitting a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. With a wave of his hand, the blue lotus was lifted into the air. It quickly grew in size and formed a huge shadow. It was like a giant blue mountain that floated above everyone. The blue aura surged and quickly descended. Every aura made one tremble. The scarred man's pupils shrank when he saw this. His heart was heavy. He was wary of his opponent's strength. In the next moment, he summoned his martial soul as well. A white shark jumped out from the void. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian didn't care about his opponent's actions. His fingers moved and quickly formed a seal. Then he blasted it forward. In the next moment, the lotus in the void rotated. The 9 petals trembled and formed 9 rays of blue aura. Each ray condensed into a blue ice sword that emitted an extremely powerful sword chi. Ice Lotus Sword Formation. Chapter 877. The terrifying sword chi rolled over, emitting a supreme energy that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. White Shark Slash. The scarred man roared and raised his strength to the maximum. Together with the white shark martial soul behind him, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 streaks of sword chi collided with Su White Shark. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded and swept across the surroundings. The sword chi swept across, and the entire hall was affected by the terrifying impact. It shook violently. You want to compete with my martial soul? Go to hell. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. Once again, an aura surged out from his body and poured into the white shark martial soul. Instantly, the white shark martial soul emitted a silver light and formed a powerful impact. However, he was still no match for the 9 ice swords in the empty palace. These ice swords were formed by the Ice Lotus martial soul and contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that their attack power was extremely powerful. Such power could definitely tear through everything. Therefore, in the next moment, the two did not last long before the huge white shark martial soul was pierced through by the ice swords. Ah! With his martial soul damaged, the scarred man suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His miserable voice reverberated as he was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the scarred man, who was at the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm, to lose to a kid at the 2nd heaven. It was too shocking and completely exceeded everyone's expectations, especially the gang members of the White Sharks gang. They all looked up in horror. The scarred man was their gang leader. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence and had never been defeated before. But now he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a youth whose cultivation level was lower than his. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck them unconscious. Even the bald man who was fighting at the side cried out in horror. He could not believe that his big brother had been defeated. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Xian had defeated a 3rd heaven honorable realm, she was still shocked when she saw it again. In the void, Lin Xian looked at the injured, scarred man on the ground and sneered. His palm moved and quickly formed a seal. The blue lotus in the void rotated again. Clearly, he planned to continue attacking and kill his opponent. The Scarface man crawled up from the ground and quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A similar look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw that Lin Xian was about to continue attacking, and his heart trembled violently. Damned brat, I'll kill you. He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. It was too sullen, too much of a failure. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang, a dignified 3rd layer venerable. Yet, he couldn't even win against a young brat. It was truly shameful. With a furious roar, he once again activated the green sword in his hand and charged forward. The green sword chi shot out like a mountain, like a green river. quickly falling down in the air. At the same time, he roared angrily and quickly swallowed a pill to fuse with the injured white shark martial spirit. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, shaking the entire area. Then, a shocking killing intent spread out. The Scarface man's aura suddenly skyrocketed, much stronger than before. Furthermore, his entire appearance had changed. White scales appeared on his body, and a huge fish fin appeared on his back, shining with silver light. His originally thin face now had 2 fish gills, making him look extremely ferocious like a merman. Lin Xian frowned. His opponent's aura had skyrocketed, and even he was a little shocked. Moreover, his ability to fuse with his martial spirit had also surprised him. Little bastard, die! The Scarface man roared and pounced forward like a demon king. Boom! The ground couldn't withstand it, and, abyss-like, cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire space. Big Brother has fused with his martial spirit. Haha! Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke the White Sharks gang? No one in the world can save you. The bald man beside him laughed loudly when he saw this scene. Lin Xian, be careful. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked because her opponent's aura was too strong, far stronger than before. I'll take care of him now and snatch the green sword for you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his body shook and he rushed out like a ray of light. On his body, the red lotus armor condensed, forming a bright red armor that covered his entire body. Dragon catching hand. He stretched out his palm, and a frosty aura surged, forming 2 ice dragons that quickly spiraled forward. The ice dragons roared and tore through the void, arriving in front of the Scarface man in an instant and binding him. Traces of frosty aura quickly spread out, forming a frost zone. Soon, the Scarface man's speed slowed down. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of ice, and even his movements became sluggish. You're courting death. Open. He roared, and the spiritual energy in his body exploded with a terrifying force, shattering all the ice. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light that quickly rushed out. The ball of light was very fast, and Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant. Haha, brat, how dare you go against me? This is your fate. Seeing that his opponent was hit, the Scarface man laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance and pride. The disciples of the White Sharks gang behind him also cheered to their heart's content. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads and sighed. As expected, the Scarface man was not to be trifled with. To be able to become the leader of the White Sharks gang and stand strong for so many years, he definitely had a secret manual that could save his life. It seemed that the young prodigy was too careless. Hee, little beauty, your companion is already dead. You should obediently allow yourself to be captured. The bald man also had an evil smile on his face. Second brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Hurry up and capture him. Once we complete the rainbow dual swords, our strength will increase greatly, and we will be able to obtain more treasures here. The scales on the scar-faced man's body flickered, and he looked like a murloc, incomparably demonic. Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Even if she were to die today, she would drag one of them down with her to avenge Lin Xian. Is this your strength? You're really nothing much. Suddenly, a mocking voice was heard, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What? That brat is still alive. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. Dongfang Phoenix's face was also filled with joy. That's great. Lin Xian is not dead. The Scarface man's body also stiffened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Not dead? How is that possible? He quickly turned around. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared ahead. This brat is really lucky. He's not dead even after that? The Scarface man's expression was cold. He decided to strike again, and he must shatter his opponent. He opened his bloody mouth slightly, and a ball of white energy quickly condensed. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, he suddenly froze. The white ball of light that had condensed into the size of a fist also quickly faded. Chapter 878. The bald man also cried out in alarm, and his expression was filled with boundless fear. Impossible! How can you not be injured at all? It was too shocking. The energy ball just now was enough to kill a third heaven honorable. However, the other party was not injured at all after being hit head-on. It didn't make sense. Nothing is impossible. Your attack was too weak and couldn't break through my defense. Lin Xian stepped on an ice lotus and floated over quickly. Next, it's my turn to attack. His voice suddenly became sharp, and his expression was cold. In the next moment, a powerful sword aura exploded from his body, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. What a powerful sword aura! Could he be a swordsman? Everyone was shocked and looked at the void in a daze. Originally, when they saw the other party using an ice martial soul, they thought he was an ice-type martial artist. However, at this moment, a powerful sword aura suddenly surged from his body. This was clearly a sword aura that only a powerful swordsman could possess. Swordsman. He was actually a swordsman. The scarred man's face was also filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear in his expression. Among all martial artists, swordsmen were famous for their powerful attacks. He didn't expect the other party to be a swordsman. Furthermore, from the aura of the sword aura, he was definitely a terrifying swordsman. Wait, I admit defeat. I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword. The scarred man suddenly shouted. We were wrong this time. I apologize to you and return the cyan rainbow sword. Furthermore, none of you are injured. Why don't we stop here? Anyway, there are many treasures in this king's treasure. Why should we fight over a treasure aura and waste our time? The scarred man said in a deep voice. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. The dignified leader of the White Sharks gang was begging for mercy? The bald man also retreated and came to the scarred man's side. He gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, why do you have to do this? Why don't we fight it out with them? Shut up, what do you know? The scarred man shouted and then squeezed out a smile. I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword now. He waved his arm and threw the cyan rainbow sword in his hand to Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the White Sharks gang members were stunned. They didn't expect their gang leader to really beg for mercy. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and caught the sword. He played with it for a while before throwing it to Dongfang Fenghuang. Lin Xian, thank you very much for this matter. I owe you a favor, Dongfang Fenghuang solemnly said as she received the green sword. It's nothing, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned to look at the White Sharks gang again, thinking about how to deal with these people. Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, the knife-scarred man's face stiffened. He then lowered his head slightly, but his eyes were spinning rapidly. He kept shouting in his heart, just a little more time. As long as he waited for them to arrive, he would be able to make a comeback. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the hall, and the ground trembled slightly. It was as if quite a few people were rushing over. Hearing that voice, the scarred man's face lit up and his eyes lit up. In the next moment, he took the bald man and retreated quickly. Once again, he laughed sinisterly. Brat, don't think that this matter is over. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of offending our White Sharks gang. Lin Xian frowned. The other party's unpredictable changes made him suspicious. But in the next moment, he understood. Because at the entrance, another group of people walked in, and they had a thick blood aura on them. At the front was a burly man with a full beard. He had a strong aura, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Behind him, there was a huge purple blade on his back. It's the Frenzied Blade Gang. They're here too. Seeing the group of martial artists, countless people exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. The Frenzied Blade Gang has a good relationship with the White Sharks Gang. They must be here to help the White Sharks gang. No wonder the knife-scarred man acted like that. He was trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Seeing the people from the frenzied Blade gang, the bald man, and the other members of the White Sharks gang laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with madness. They were too excited. The frenzied Blade gang was one of the bigger forces in the Blackwater River, and their strength was not any weaker than theirs. Moreover, the relationship between the two parties was very good. With them here, they could definitely kill that despicable brat. Damn it, despicable! Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that her face turned pale. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party had called for reinforcements to attack them. It seemed like he would not be lenient this time. Haha, Brother Lu Fei, are you all right? The burly man with a full beard laughed. His voice was deep, and it caused the air to tremble. I'm fine. I was careless this time and suffered a loss. However, with Big Brother Frenzied Blade, we can definitely kill that brat. This burly man with a full beard was called Frenzied Blade. His frenzied lion blade technique was very fierce. At the same time, he was also a third-level venerable. He was very powerful. The scarred man, Lu Fei, believed that if the two of them worked together, they could definitely kill that brat easily. At that time, not only would he seize the Qinghong Mother Sword, but he would also let that brat know what it meant to be better off dead. Brat, how dare you offend me? I'll let you know what regret is. The scarred man, Lu Fei, looked at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with endless madness. On the side, the bearded frenzied blade also stepped forward. His aura was sharp, as if a heavenly blade had appeared, and it suppressed the surroundings. When the two third-level venerables worked together, the momentum created was extremely terrifying. The air in the entire hall seemed to have condensed, and it was extremely oppressive. The surrounding martial artists retreated. Their faces were pale. Under such pressure, even breathing was difficult for them. If the surrounding people were in such a state, one could imagine how much pressure Lin Xian and Dongfang Phoenix were under. Lin Xian was still fine. He had the great dragon sword soul and could withstand the pressure. However, Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, and sweat dripped down her forehead. Seeing this, Lin Xian wanted to reach out and pull her over to share some of the pressure. However, in the next moment, a wave of energy exploded from Dongfang Phoenix's body. On her delicate body, flames danced and suddenly expanded. They turned into a flaming phoenix and enveloped her. With a flap of her wings, she directly tore apart the huge pressure. At the same time, a wave of pressure also came from Dongfang Phoenix's body. It made one's heart tremble. That aura was not inferior to a third-level venerable at all. This is the power of the bloodline, someone exclaimed. His face was full of shock. The power of the bloodline. The scarred man, Lu Fei, and Frenzied Blade's faces darkened. They did not expect that the other party had hidden such a move. However, so what? Their strength was not as simple as releasing pressure. Even if the other party had the power of the bloodline, they were not afraid. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was the closest to Dongfang Phoenix and could clearly feel the power of the bloodline. Chapter 879. Dongfang Fenghuang used her bloodline power and unleashed a powerful force that shocked everyone around her. On her body, a huge shadow of a phoenix swayed, carrying with it a monstrous flame. Lin Xian also focused. Sword qi gushed out of his body as if it was a peerless divine sword that could destroy everything. For powerful forces collided and instantly tore the void apart. Terrifying forces spread out in all directions and swept through the entire hall. Buzz! The entire hall let out a low sound as if something had awakened. A cold aura gushed out and spread out, making people tremble. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. They stopped fighting and looked around cautiously. They also felt threatened. Boom! A crimson light lit up like a lamp in the dark night, instantly illuminating the entire space. It's alive! In the distance, someone exclaimed and trembled. He pointed in a direction of the hall with a horrified expression, as if he had discovered something terrifying. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. The female stone statue in front of them suddenly opened her eyes. Red light bloomed from the stone eyes as if she had come to life. Not only her, but the other stone statues around her also did the same. Several gazes met in the air with a mysterious and eerie aura. Who dares disturb the cemetery of kings? Trespassers of the cemetery of kings die. A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion, which made people shudder. Scar and Kwang Dao's expressions were grave as they stared ahead in bewilderment. Lin Xian also frowned as his eyes flickered. These stone people are alive? Dongfang Fenghuang was also shocked. She did not expect such a situation. Lin Xian did not speak, but his brows were tightly knitted. Kid, run. At this time, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. It did not explain anything, but its voice was extremely solemn. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and his heart trembled violently. He had never seen the dark red dragon with such a solemn expression. Let's go. The next moment, he pulled Dongfang Fenghuang and retreated. Just as he moved, the cold voice sounded again. Trespassers die. Then, black mist gushed out from the stone statues like dark clouds, covering the sky and instantly filling the entire space. Roar! Shrill cries rang out from within the black fog. Countless crimson eyes lit up from behind the trees, filled with bloodlust as they looked at the crowd below. Boom! The black fog exploded and turned into black monsters that pounced down. Ah! For a time, countless screams sounded. All the martial artists who were touched by the black fog were severely injured. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Run! Monster! Countless people screamed as they ran outside. However, they were still a step too late. The entire hall was sealed. The martial artists closest to the stone statues bore the brunt of the intense attacks. Boom! Bang! Scar and Frenzied Blade were also attacked. Two balls of black fog rushed towards them, and black arms reached out to grab them. It was as if they were reaching out from hell. Scram! Frenzied Sword roared and pulled out the purple saber on his back, splitting the black mist apart. Damn it, what the hell is this? Scar's expression was ugly. He did not expect such a strange thing to happen in the hall. Fuck, it's so strange. He sent a black monster flying with a punch and cursed in a low voice. Didn't you say there's a treasure? Where is it now? Frenzied Blade's expression was gloomy. It's in the hands of that girl. As long as we catch them, we can get it, Scar said. That's a top-grade spiritual artifact. It's absolutely precious. Why don't we catch that kid first? The two discussed and decided to make a move amidst the chaos. Lin Xian brought Dongfang Phoenix to the edge. Just now, he was warned by the dark red dragon in advance and took the lead to retreat, so he had not been attacked until now. However, this situation could not last long because the black fog in the hall was increasing and almost covered half of the hall. The entire hall was sealed. If this continued, it would not be long before they were targeted by those strange black creatures. Damn it, what is that black fog? Lin Xian asked. Death Qi, something produced by the corpse of a powerhouse, the dark red dragon said. Kid, hurry up and leave. I feel that there's a big guy here. Big guy. Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, Scar and Frenzied Blade flew over and blocked the path. Kid, hand over the Qinghong sword. Frenzied Blade snorted. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Scar sneered. Idiot. Lin Xian cursed. He was not in the mood to fight with these two. If the dark red dragon was telling the truth, then he was in a dangerous situation. Don't fight with them. Find a chance to leave. he whispered to Dongfang Phoenix. Okay. Dongfang Phoenix nodded. Although she had used her bloodline power and her strength had greatly increased, she was still a girl. She was afraid of such strange things. Dongfang Quangren's figure flashed, and he was about to leave. Want to leave? Stay. Frenzied Blade sneered. He already knew that the top-grade spiritual artifact was in the hands of the other party. How could he let them leave? Therefore, he quickly slashed with his blade. Bang! An ice lotus spun and released the power of ice, blocking the purple blade. You want to touch her? Ask me first. Lin Xian stood in front of him. You're courting death. Get lost. Scar also shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and the image of a white shark appeared, biting towards Lin Xian. Buzz! A sword light flashed and split the opponent's attack apart. Frenzied Blade, let's work together and take down this kid. Scar said, Anyway, this place is sealed. That girl can't run away for a while. Okay. Frenzied Blade nodded and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes flashed with blade light. Kid, you dared to interfere with my business. You'll die miserably. After saying that, he waved his purple blade and slashed at Lin Xian. Boom! A great battle broke out. Lin Xian challenged 2/3 level honorables alone. The terrifying aura shook the space as if it was about to crack. He activated his Ice Lotus Martial Soul to restrain Scar and used his Great Dragon Sword Soul to fight against Frenzied Blade. For a moment, he actually blocked the attacks of the two. What? The people who were escaping in the distance were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Is he still human? A second Heaven Venerable blocked the attack of 2/3 Heaven Venerables? No one would believe it if they said it out loud. Scar and Frenzied Blade's faces turned ugly, especially Frenzied Blade. This was his first time fighting with Lin Xian. He didn't know how strong Lin Xian was, but the other party's aura was only at the 2nd level. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, he couldn't accept the current situation. Kid die. Chapter 880. Mad Lion Slash. A purple sword light flashed and quickly slashed out, forming a purple lion in the air and pouncing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian pulled out the Wind Shadow sword and swept it out. A golden lightning bolt surged and exploded in the air. Immediately after, another sword slashed out. The fiery red sword Qi carried monstrous flames that burned everything as it slashed towards the opponent. In an instant, Lin Xian had slashed out twice. It was extremely terrifying. Frenzied Blade used his strength to block the two swords. He was extremely angry. Although the opponent's cultivation was not as high as his attack power was too strong. Moreover, the opponent seemed to have mastered many types of attacks, making him flustered every time. Just as Frenzied Blade blocked the two-sword Qi and was about to continue attacking, a few screams came from afar, causing his expression to change. The screams came from his Frenzied Blade Association. It was obvious that the gang members he brought were injured. Frenzied Blade suddenly turned around and saw more than 10 Frenzied Blade Association martial artists covered in black fog and turned into blood. His eyes immediately turned red. Die for me! He gave up on Lin Xian and slashed out. A huge purple sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards the black fog in the distance. The knife-scarred man's expression also changed because the White Sharks Association's members were also decreasing. Although he could resist it, the ordinary gang members couldn't resist it at all. No, we can't stay here for long. The knife-scarred man's heart was heavy. He glanced at Lin Xian with complicated feelings. Just as he was about to attack with all his strength, a powerful and strange aura erupted from behind him. A huge stone statue came to life. It was surrounded by black fog like a demon from hell. A huge stone hand reached out and grabbed downwards. Wherever it passed, no martial artist escaped. Ah, no. The martial artists screamed and cried for their parents. They were extremely regretful. They did not expect the king's treasure to be so dangerous. However, there was no time for regret now. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists turned into blood mist in the stone hand. Boom! Another stone man came to life and slashed down with the stone sword in his hand. That direction was where the Frenzied Blade Association was. Damn it! Frenzied Blade looked at the stone sword with a gloomy face. He roared and slashed out with his sword as well. Boom! The two collided, and the entire hall almost split apart. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Puff! Frenzied Blade retreated, his eyes filled with horror. His opponent's strength had already surpassed his. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? He was abnormally furious. However, there was no time for him to think. In the next moment, his opponent raised his stone sword again. One by one, the stone statues came to life and charged at the crowd with a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. His figure flashed, and he regrouped with the Eastern Phoenix. Let's go! He slashed out with his sword, and when he looked at the screen of light formed by the black fog, he discovered that he couldn't cut it open. In that instant, Lin Xian was taken aback and prepared to use his great dragon sword soul. I'll do it. Dongfang Feng Huang stepped forward. At this time, she could no longer hide her strength. The flames on his body danced, forming a flaming phoenix. With a mysterious flame, he charged forward. Boom! Chi! In the next moment, a hole was burned into the strange black fog light screen. Let's go! The two of them didn't delay and quickly rushed out. There's an exit. When the others saw this, they shouted crazily and ran toward the hole that was burned open by the flames. The scene was very chaotic because the crowd realized that the exit was slowly shrinking. Instantly, countless people became angry and even attacked to kill the people in front of them. They had no choice. The black light screen was very strange, and ordinary people couldn't break it open. The exit in front of them was their only way out. Get lost! An angry shout was heard, followed by a purple sword ray that slashed down and sent the martial artists in front flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was a shocking sight. Boom! Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and they quickly dodged. Many people roared and turned back, but when they saw that it was Frenzied Blade who attacked, they immediately lost their temper. They had no choice. A rank 3 honorable realm martial artist was extremely terrifying, and no one could stop him. Frenzied Blade and Scar came near the hole and used all their strength to tear it open. Then, they led their subordinates and quickly left. The others followed behind, looking terrified. Roar! Behind them, the black fog saw that the crowd had fled the hall and immediately roared angrily. Some of them retreated. However, there were some that followed them out of the hall and continued to chase. Among them, many black fog rushed out and formed a woman's shadow. She chased after Lin Xian and Dongfang Feng Huang. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He and Dongfang Feng Huang quickly flew through the passage, but the black fog followed closely behind them. Oh no, these damn things are chasing after us. Dongfang Feng Huang's face was pale. Lin Xian turned back and saw the blurry figure. He found that it was very similar to the woman who raised her hand in the hall and immediately understood. This black fog is coming for the Qinghong mother-son sword. Lin Xian said, What should we do? Dongfang Feng Huang was anxious. She had obtained this treasure with great difficulty, and she didn't want to lose it here. Don't worry. Look at this black fog. It shouldn't be very strong. If we work together, we might be able to get rid of it. Okay. Dongfang Feng Huang nodded. Then, the two of them stopped and quickly attacked. A flaming phoenix attacked, lighting up the entire space. It rushed toward the black fog figure behind them. Lin Xian also used the great dragon sword. The shocking sword Qi was like a rainbow as it slashed toward the back. The two of them attacked with extremely powerful attacks. Just as they were about to destroy the other party, a furious roar suddenly came from the hall in the distance. It was like a demon's voice, causing people's hearts to tremble. Oh no, it seems like a big guy is coming out. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. You go first. Dong Fenghuang's face was pale. Then she nodded heavily. You must come back alive. Don't worry. Lin Xian's sword qi slashed toward the back. Seeing this, Dong Fenghuang turned into a flaming phoenix and quickly flew into the distance. She knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had countless trump cards. He should be safe. However, she would only distract him if she stayed here. It was better to leave quickly. Seeing Dong Fenghuang and Lin Xian's eyes gradually became fierce. He looked at the black fog behind them with a dignified expression. Ah, help! Behind them, a martial artist screamed in horror and ran toward Lin Xian. You're courting death! Lin Xian's face darkened. Originally, the black fog behind them did not come toward them. Now, it was attracted by the martial artist. It was obvious that the other party wanted to drag Lin Xian down with them. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He would not show mercy to those who wanted to frame him. However, before he could attack, the black fog behind him turned into a terrifying palm and slapped down quickly. Boom! With one hit, the second-level honorable realm turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The black palm was more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The space trembled as the black palm floated. A bloody mouth appeared in the center of the palm and swallowed the second-level honorable realm's bloody mist. Chapter 881. A bloody mouth and a blood-red eye appeared in the palm of the black hand. It was extremely strange as it stared coldly at Lin Xian. Boom! In the next instant, it exploded with terrifying power and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. The palm caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The wind howled, and it was extremely terrifying. Even a third heaven honorable realm would be turned into a bloody mist if they were hit. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. The attack was beyond what he could withstand. He used his movement skill and dodged quickly. At the same time, he summoned the Red Lotus armor to defend himself. Boom! Lin Xian felt his blood boil after being hit by the palm. His entire body felt like it was about to split apart. The Red Lotus armor on his body dimmed as well. So powerful! He was shocked, and his face was extremely solemn. Hiss! The black hand appeared again, and the bloody mouth revealed a mocking smile. It was obviously extremely sinister, as if it was mocking the weak human in front of it. It seems like I can only use that move. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. He activated the great dragon's sword soul with all his might and then took it out. Buzz! The void trembled and shattered. A green sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was extremely blurry, but it carried a monstrous aura. The aura was too terrifying and far exceeded that of a third heaven honorable realm. Even a fourth heaven honorable realm would not be able to compare to it. It was as if a peerless divine sword had appeared in the world. Just its aura alone could easily tear the void apart. The appearance of the green sword shadow made the black hand uneasy. A tinge of fear appeared in its eyes, and it let out a low roar. Its voice was filled with unease. In the next instant, it suddenly became extremely violent and charged at Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and slowly held the green sword shadow in his hand. Endless rays of light exploded and dyed the entire world green. The void shattered, and a ray of sword light slashed down silently and instantly hit the black hand. It was as if nothing existed in the world except for the green sword shadow. After a period of time, a terrifying sound was heard. The entire ground split into two, and the void shattered like a mirror. The black hand let out a shrill cry that was like a demonic sound, destroying all the surrounding mountains and trees. However, it still could not change anything. A sword mark appeared on its body and split it into two. Whoosh! The black hand fell to the ground and turned into a black handkerchief. Lin Xian waved his hand and the black handkerchief in his hand. Then he let out a heavy sigh. His face was pale. He waved his hand and the green sword shadow, summoning the great dragon sword soul, consumed too much of his energy, but its power was also very terrifying. Even a fourth sky venerable expert might not be able to withstand that attack. With a flash, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and sat down cross-legged to recover. In this king's treasure, there were dangers everywhere. He had to maintain his peak condition at all times. Fortunately, he had a variety of natural treasures on him, so he quickly recovered. He took out the black handkerchief. There was a powerful aura on it. This is a treasure. You should be able to activate it. Give it a try. The dark red dragon said. Lin Xian was tempted. He poured his spiritual power into the black handkerchief. Then the black handkerchief emitted light and floated in the sky. Countless black lights drooped down like a black river, surging and roaring. It was extremely terrifying. The black lights formed a sealed space that could control people. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed at the black lights. There was a rumbling sound, but it did not cut through. Good stuff. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. His attack was equivalent to a level 3 venerable. The attack just now did not pose a threat to the black lights. Didn't that mean that the black handkerchief could trap a level 3 venerable? Thinking of this, he smiled again. With this, he had another trump card. In the future, he would not be afraid even if he faced 2 level 3 venerables. His body swayed, and he went on his way again. Whoosh! In front of him, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. A fiery red light flew over quickly. Then a delicate voice sounded. It was Lin Xian. Whoosh! The flaming figure stopped, revealing Dongfang Phoenix's delicate body. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. You're fine. That's great. Let's go and meet up with Bing Ling and the rest, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Dongfang Phoenix nodded. The two of them walked side by side and left quickly. Along the way, they saw countless battles and countless buildings. However, they ignored them and went deeper into the forest. In front of them, the forest gradually became sparse and a plain appeared. However, the color was still white. When they arrived at the plain, the number of martial artists around them increased again. Countless people flew forward with burning eyes. There was a blurry black shadow in the sky. Seeing that black shadow, Lin Xian and Dongfang Phoenix also sped up. Soon, they realized that the blurry black shadow was a huge cauldron. It stood on the ground like a giant mountain. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying aura emitted from the black cauldron. It made the entire space become oppressive. Moreover, there was a sense of vicissitudes on the cauldron, as if it was lamenting the ruthlessness of time. The huge black cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron's body was painted with various rare and lifelike beasts. It looked as if they would jump out at any time. Countless martial artists gathered around the black cauldron. They were densely packed like locusts. Those martial artists were divided into numerous groups. From the sky, they looked like terraced fields. They were clearly separated. It was obvious that they belonged to different forces. Lin Xian and Dongfang Phoenix's arrival did not attract the attention of others. That was because there were martial artists flying over at every moment. Moreover, the 2 of them were second-level honorables. They were not particularly outstanding, so the martial artists did not notice them at all. However, there was a power that let out a cry of alarm. They were from Blackwater City, where Xiao Mei was. When they saw that Lin Xian was still alive, they were shocked, especially Grandma Silver. Her wrinkled old face was filled with disbelief. That was the ice underground. Even a 3rd-level honorable would freeze to death if they entered. However, a 2nd-level honorable martial artist had come out alive. When she thought of this, her face became extremely gloomy. That was because she had sent a martial artist to guard that place. Although that martial artist was also a second-level honorable, he had the black flag and could definitely capture and kill that brat. However, the brat had appeared in front of her. This meant that the person she had sent was very likely dead. Grandma Silver looked at the sky with a gloomy face. She was not sad for the martial artist, but the black flag in the martial artist's hand was very important to her. If it was lost, it would be very troublesome. What a good-for-nothing. You can't even catch a thief. Grandma Silver's eyes were gloomy. Xiao Mei also noticed Lin Xian. Her seductive face was also stunned for a moment. However, a cold smile soon appeared on her face. He's not dead? That's great. This way, I can take the yang energy. Xiao Mei was extremely excited. Chapter 882. Xiao Mei looked at Lin Xian, who was flying in the sky, and smiled evilly. Kid, you're fine. That's great. With you, I can break through. Grandma Silver, you must catch him this time. Xiao Mei's voice rang out, bringing with it a sharp killing intent, which immediately alerted the surrounding martial artists. She was the daughter of the governor of Blackwater City, and her every move was watched by thousands. Someone who could make her kill intent was probably not simple. Countless people looked up and paid close attention. Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll catch him this time. Grandma Silver's voice was hoarse, and it was filled with killing intent. Then her body swayed, and she rushed into the void. Her actions naturally attracted Lin Xian's attention. He saw her greedy and cruel eyes, and he narrowed his eyes. Since they were courting death, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Kid, come here and die. A terrifying voice was heard, and it shook the surroundings. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, old dog. You're really haunting me. Lin Xian sneered. The crowd was in an uproar. He was the first person who dared to talk about Blackwater City like that. Could he be a peerless expert? Countless people looked up, but they were stunned when they saw Lin Xian's figure and cultivation. A second heaven venerable realm brat? Although it was amazing to reach the second sky honorable realm at such a young age, it was still not enough to go against Blackwater City. Who was it that gave him such guts? Many people sneered and shook their heads, thinking that he was courting death. You have a sharp tongue. When I catch you, I'll knock all your teeth out. Grandma Silver's face was gloomy, and she emitted a terrifying aura. It's them again. Dongfang Phoenix's face turned cold. Do you want to attack together? Let me do it. Lin Xian said, under the watchful eyes of so many people, they won't be willing to attack together. I'm fine with an old witch. Then be careful, Dongfang Phoenix said. She didn't doubt Lin Xian's strength. Don't worry. Lin Xian smiled. He then turned around and looked at Grandma Silver. His face, which was originally smiling, turned cold at this moment. There was a trace of coldness on his face, which was shocking. I have to say, you're really lucky. You didn't freeze to death in such a cold place. You're really lucky. Good luck? Lin Xian sneered and didn't answer. The other party continued. However, your brain is not very good. If I were you, I would have run away long ago. And you still dare to come here? I'll let you know the consequences of going against Blackwater City. So much nonsense. Are you done? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was stunned. They didn't dare to believe that a level 2 Venerable Realm Cultivator and a level 3 Venerable Realm Cultivator were talking. You're courting death. Silver Grandma was also furious. She suddenly swung her snake-headed walking stick and smashed it forward. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a black handkerchief. The black handkerchief expanded in the wind, and like a dark cloud, it quickly covered the sky. Buzz! In an instant, it was above Silver Grandma's head. It quickly cast rays of dark light, forming a sealed cage and trapping her. Humph, such a small trick. Break! Silver Grandma sneered and waved her hand forward. Rumble! A terrifying sound rang out and shook the surroundings. However, The dark light only shook violently and didn't break. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. That was the attack of a third-level honorable. How could it not break? What exactly was that thing? How could it be so powerful? Silver Grandma's face darkened. She didn't expect the cage to be stronger than she had imagined. Damn brat! Where did you get such a treasure? Her eyes were filled with jealousy. Previously, Lin Xian didn't have it. Now that he had taken out such a treasure, he might have found it here. How lucky! However, this treasure is mine. Silver Grandma's face was ferocious and her eyes were filled with greed. However, Lin Xian sneered in disdain. You can have fun by yourself. After saying that, he quickly rushed down in the direction where Xiao Mei was. Brat, how dare you! Silver Grandma was furious. She didn't expect Lin Xian to attack her young miss. Xiao Mei was even more shocked. Her eyelids twitched. She had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. She was no match for him at all. All of you attack! She screamed. Yes. Immediately, the 5 people behind her rushed into the sky. Each of them took out a large flag and waved it in the wind. Brat, die! The 5 of them shouted as powerful spiritual energy exploded from their bodies. Lin Xian's face darkened. He had been trapped by them before. How could he let them do as they wished this time? He snorted coldly and clenched his fist. A similarly black flag appeared in his hand, emitting a powerful aura. What? The black dragon flag? Xiao Mei's face changed and then became ferocious. You dare to kill my people? I want you dead. Go, seize his Yangqi and kill him. Xiao Mei screamed. The 5 of them flew quickly, bringing along a monstrous black fog. They wanted to surround Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian used the great dragon's sword soul. His arm turned into a real dragon, and he quickly threw out the black flag. Bang! The void was pierced. The black flag turned into a black ray of light. It was extremely sharp and quickly pierced through one of the 5 people. Ah! A scream was heard. The martial artist was pierced by the black flag and then nailed to the ground. The entire ground cracked and countless cracks spread out. It was a terrifying scene. Blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect this young man in the 2nd heaven to be so terrifying. He trapped a 3rd heaven venerable with one move and broke Blackwater City's dragon formation with another. This is too strong, isn't it? The formation was broken. The other 4 people could not stop Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian stared coldly at Xiao Mei. You, what do you want to do? Xiao Mei's body trembled. She felt like she had been pierced through. Below, countless martial artists from Blackwater City came forward and surrounded Xiao Mei. They looked at the sky with vigilance. Lin Xian was not afraid of those people. He said coldly, This is not the first time you have tried to kill me. Do you think I will let you go? He stepped on a sword ray and rushed downward. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. He pointed a finger and a sword ray condensed at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! The sword ray cut through the void and arrived in front of Xiao Mei in an instant. It was about to kill her. Bang! At this moment, the void fluctuated, forming a spiraling black dragon that blocked the sword light. Not only that, the black dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky and burst forth with a powerful force. With a roar, Lin Xian was pushed back. Puff! Countless martial artists vomited blood. They were terrified. That sound was too terrifying. They could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian was pushed back. He was shocked and looked forward cautiously. To be able to push him back with just a sound, the person was definitely terrifying. Chapter 883. Blackwater City's City Lord? Since you're here, why hide? Lin Xian said coldly. Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. Countless people were shocked. The city lord of Blackwater City was here too? especially the other two major forces. They were shocked, and their faces were gloomy. If this was true, they were in danger this time. The city lord of Blackwater City was a fourth heaven honorable. He had an absolute advantage here. The cultivators stretched their necks and looked in the direction of Blackwater City. At that moment, a deep laugh was heard. "You're young, but you have good eyesight." "That's right, it's me." A figure walked out from behind the people of Blackwater City. This person walked with a majestic gait. His aura was extraordinary, and his appearance was ordinary. However, there was a majestic aura around him. What was more shocking was that his aura was too powerful. It swept across the entire area and made people's hearts tremble. Fourth heaven. This was the aura of a fourth heaven honorable. Countless people exclaimed. They were now sure that this person was the city lord of Blackwater City. The people of Iron Sword Sect and Huangfu clan had ugly expressions. They did not expect the city lord of Blackwater City, Shaoli, to really come. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His expression was solemn. A fourth heaven honorable was indeed powerful. Just the aura alone made his body tense. "Father!" Xiao Mei exclaimed. Her face was filled with joy. "Father, that kid is too despicable. Kill him." Everyone was shocked. If Xiao Li took action, the young man would definitely die. After all, a fourth heaven honorable was too powerful. A second heaven honorable was not someone a fourth heaven honorable could fight against. Xiao Li looked around. When he saw the imprisoned Grandma Silver, he smiled disdainfully. He waved his hand, and a vast force surged. Bang! In the distance, the black light formed by the black handkerchief was shattered and scattered on the ground. The black handkerchief trembled slightly and flew back to Lin Xian's hand. "City Lord!" Grandma Silver's figure flashed and arrived in front of Shaoli. Shaoli nodded slightly. He then looked at Lin Xian. "Do you want to kill yourself to atone for your sins, or do you want me to do it?" His voice contained a tone that did not allow any resistance. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the young man was really going to be in trouble. Dongfang Finghuang's pretty face was also pale. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't have much of a chance of winning against a fourth-rank venerable realm cultivator. Of course, it was impossible for the other party to kill him. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to avoid the brunt of the attack. In a flicker, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps and flew to the side. "You want to leave? Don't you think you're too naive?" Xiao Li's face was full of disdain as he pointed out a finger. Roar! The black spiritual energy converged and formed a huge Jiao dragon. It flew out and attacked Lin Xian. The black dragon roared, shattering the void and striking Lin Xian in an instant. However, Lin Xian's figure soon disappeared into the void. After image, many people exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was too shocking. A young man at the second heavenly layer of the Exalt realm was actually able to escape the attack of a fourth heavenly layer of the Exalt realm. So fast! The experts from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan were shocked as well. After image, Xiao Li was taken aback. This speed is a little surprising. However, do you think you can escape from me with that? Black dragon seals the sky. Xiao Li stretched out his palm, and a huge black dragon shadow covered the sky. It was dark and had a terrifying aura. 5 black Jiao dragons circled and formed a huge palm that slammed down quickly. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. It was too terrifying. Countless people trembled. The power of a fourth heavenly layer of the Exalt realm was too strong. It was not something they could withstand. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt a strong pressure, and the wind from the palm alone was enough to make his blood boil. Boom! In the next moment, he activated the Red Lotus armor and covered his entire body. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and released a stunning sword chi. Boom! Poof! The terrifying power collided and the sword Qi shattered into pieces. Lin Xian was sent flying. However, he was not injured. The Red Lotus armor had blocked most of the attack and he had neutralized the rest. Moreover, his sword Qi was not useless. At least it had slowed down the Jiao dragon palm in the sky. What? He's not dead again? Everyone was shocked. This was too unexpected. They could not believe it. Xiao Mei and the others were also surprised. Luck, it must be luck. How could this kid block the attack of a fourth heavenly layer venerable? Seeing that Lin Xian was not dead, Xiao Li's face darkened. He was embarrassed that he could not kill a second heavenly layer venerable in 2 moves. Humph! He snorted and was ready to attack seriously. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in 1 move. A terrifying aura condensed on his body. It was as if countless Jiao dragons were roaring and intertwining with each other. Seeing that his opponent's aura had increased, Lin Xian's face darkened. His opponent wanted to kill him again and again. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? With a cold gaze, Lin Xian was ready to use the great dragon's sword soul to fight with his opponent. Even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. Lin Xian focused his gaze and was about to attack. However, at this moment, several ear-piercing sounds came from afar. It was accompanied by a delicate shout. A senior attacking a junior. Don't you feel embarrassed? If you attack again, don't blame the Immortal Martial Academy for taking revenge in the future. As the sound spread out, the figure of a martial artist appeared near Lin Xian. There were 3 young cultivators, 1 female and 2 male. Their auras were extraordinary. Immortal Martial Academy. They are from the Immortal Martial Academy. The crowd exclaimed in shock. No wonder. Only the geniuses of the Immortal Martial Academy can fight against a 4th heavenly layer venerable with a 2nd heavenly layer cultivation base. Junior brother Lin, junior sister Dongfang, are you guys all right? Bingling asked. We're fine. Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang shook their heads. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. A 4th heavenly layer venerable. It was still a little difficult for him to fight against them. It seemed like he had to continue cultivating. Hee, so you guys are from the Immortal Martial Academy? I didn't know. Xiao Li said indifferently, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Now that Lin Xian had a helper, there was no need for him to attack. Moreover, there were so many people here. If he really attacked, the Immortal Martial Academy might hear about it in the future. At that time, it would be troublesome if he angered such a huge power. Now that you know, why are you still not stopping? Bingling coldly snorted. She was clad in a blue robe. Her features were elegant and her demeanor was unparalleled. She was truly a peerless beauty. Such an elegant and beautiful woman berating the people of Blackwater City in public. The scene was extremely magnificent. Hearing the berating, Xiao Li's expression sank. The other cultivators of Blackwater City behind him also glared at her with rage. No one had ever dared to berate them like this. If she wasn't a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, she would have died long ago. Chapter 884. City Lord, what should we do? Grandma Silver asked. Let them go for now. They're just a few insects. They can't do anything. Once we get the treasure, we'll get rid of them. Then Xiao Li whispered to himself, according to the information I received, the treasure is in this black cauldron. But what is it? Why didn't the higher-ups tell me? Is this the king's treasure? But there's only a big black cauldron and nothing else? Xiao Mei asked curiously. This is indeed the location of the king's treasure, because King Danyu died here. It's normal that you can't see it, because there's an extremely strong seal here. Only by breaking it can we enter the real king's treasure, Xiao Li said slowly. Just wait. Soon, the seal will appear automatically. Then, I'll have a way to break it. After he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared in Xiao Li's eyes. It was as if breaking the extremely powerful seal in the legends was not a difficult task for him. Xiao Mei and the others did not ask any more questions. Instead, They waited obediently at the side. However, she still looked at Lin Xian and the others and made a throat-slitting gesture. Just wait. When I'm done with my business, it'll be your time to die. Xiao Mei snorted coldly in her heart. Seeing that Xiao Li, the city lord of Blackwater City, did not attack again, Bing Ling and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a fourth Heaven Venerable was a terrifying existence. If he really wanted to attack, none of them would be able to stop him. Fortunately, he was afraid of their identities and did not dare to attack them. All right, he's afraid of our identities now. I'm afraid he won't attack us for a while. But everyone should still be careful, Bing Ling said in a low voice. The 5 of them gathered together and found an empty place to land. They waited patiently. Night fell, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Fortunately, everyone was strong enough to resist the cold with their spiritual energy. At midnight, a ball of light rose and floated in the sky like a bright moon. When it was directly above the sky, the light it cast happened to cover the huge black cauldron. In the next moment, the strange beasts carved on the cauldron began to glow faintly. In the end, it was as if they had come alive. They swam around the cauldron as if they would jump out at any moment. A series of low voices rang out from within the black cauldron. Following that, the entire cauldron was filled with mysterious runes, releasing a peculiar light. The next moment, a mysterious aura spread out in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They stood up one after another and looked ahead. Lin Xian and the other 4 also opened their eyes. Their gazes flickered as they looked ahead. A king's treasure. This is the aura of a king. Bing Ling's voice trembled when she felt this aura. Inscriptions flickered on the huge black cauldron in front of him. Light intertwined in the air, distorting the surrounding space. Then, mysterious runes appeared around the black cauldron, sealing it like a seal. The power emanating from the seal was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a 4th-level Venerable Realm cultivator. A casual strike from him would be enough to annihilate everyone present. There's actually a seal. Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly before. Otherwise, they might have suffered a calamity. As expected of a king's treasure, even the seal left behind was so powerful. Just this aura alone was unbearable. Bing Ling said in a low voice. Looking at the changes in the black cauldron, the surrounding martial artists all watched silently. None of them acted rashly. However, human greed was limitless. Under such a huge temptation, even though there was a terrifying aura in front, there were still people who were ready to act. After a moment of silence, someone made a move. This was a group of more than 20 people. Although none of them were 3rd-level venerables, there were 7 or 8 2nd-level venerables. The remaining dozen were all 1st-level venerables. When such a group of people gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. Seeing that no one made a move, these people took the initiative to step forward and prepared to give it a try. After all, if they succeeded, they would be the first to enter the king's treasure. The benefits they would obtain would be huge. Under such a temptation, even if their lives were in danger, they were willing to take the risk. In the next moment, more than 20 martial artists attacked together, covering the sky and earth with their attacks. The attacks were extremely terrifying. They surged forward like a torrent of the spirit sea. Bang! The sound of a violent collision rang out, and an astonishing amount of energy surged out. Ripples appeared on the mysterious seal as if it was boiling water. However, the power of those people was soon reflected back. The energy that was reflected back was even more terrifying. The momentum was shocking, and it directly sent the 20 venerables flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. 20 venerables attacked together, but the frost seal was not broken at all. As expected of the king's treasure, it was indeed powerful. Yang Lin exclaimed. In front, the 20 venerables fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. They all looked miserable and terrified. This scene caused the surrounding martial artists to fall into silence again. The power of the mysterious seal in front of them was beyond their expectations. At this moment, an old man stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure everyone has seen how terrifying this seal is. Even 20 venerables can't break it. It seems that our forces can't break the defense at all if we act alone. Instead of that, why don't we join forces and attack together? Only then will we have hope of opening the seal. Otherwise, we can only stand here and watch. We won't get anything." Hearing this, everyone fell silent and thought in their hearts. The gray-robed old man was right. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to enter at all. Soon, those small groups reached an agreement and prepared to attack. That was because if they did not act now, they would really have no chance if those large forces attacked. One had to know that their groups only had 20 to 30 people. They could not compare to a colossus like Blackwater City. Now was their only chance to enter the king's treasure. Soon, countless martial artists soared into the sky and formed a group, preparing to attack. The sky immediately darkened. It was dark and frightening. There were more than 100 teams, and there were about 2,000 to 3,000 people in total. They stood in the sky together, densely packed like dark clouds. The auras of the venerables merged into one, forming a huge energy tide. That aura was too powerful. Even a 4th-level venerable would find it difficult to resist. "Should we attack?" Yang Lin asked. They were also small groups. If they did not join now, it would be too late. Chapter 885. He had secretly received the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, telling him not to act rashly. Seeing Lin Xian's solemn expression, Bing Ling and the others nodded. After interacting with each other along the way, they had already recognized Lin Xian's strength and took his words seriously. Now that he had said to wait and see, he must have his reasons. With Lin Xian's reminder, Bing Ling and the others did not act rashly. They still waited and watched from where they were. In the next moment, the thousands of people in the sky attacked at the same time. The entire sky was illuminated by endless light. This attack was too terrifying. No one could block the attack of thousands of martial artists at the same time. However, this terrifying attack bombarded the seal in front of them and was once again fiercely reflected. Moreover, the rebound force was even more powerful than the previous attack. Countless energy waves visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions and bombarded the venerables in the sky, sending them flying. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Without exception, all the venerables were bombarded. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled violently and sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was too terrifying. Thousands of people could not break it. Was this king's treasure really unbreakable? Bing Ling, Yang Lin, and the others were even more shocked. If Lin Xian had not reminded them, they would have gone up. If that had happened, they would have been seriously injured. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. The people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan were also shocked and frowned. The force condensed in the sky was not weaker than any of them. Even so, it did not break. This meant that even if they went up, they would not stand a chance. On the other hand, the people from Blackwater City were calm. Xiao Li stood at the front with his hands behind his back. He looked forward with a disdainful smile. In front of them, the huge black cauldron also changed after being hit. Countless rays of light condensed above the black cauldron and quickly formed a human figure. Soon, the human figure gradually solidified and finally became a 16 or 17-year-old young man. He had delicate features and a thin figure. He looked up at the void. Seeing the young man's figure suddenly appear, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the young man's figure to appear. However, in the next moment, they were extremely frightened. This was because the handsome young man was emitting a powerful and terrifying aura that far surpassed the venerables. King's aura. Countless people trembled and wanted to worship him. Those who were weaker knelt on the ground and trembled. King Red Feather! He is King Red Feather! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Even the experts from the three major forces were greatly shocked. They had never seen King Pillfeather before, but they had heard of his legends countless times. But they never would have thought that King Pillfeather was actually a youth. Bing Ling and the others were also shocked as they stared blankly ahead. Lin Xian frowned. Wasn't this King Pillfeather a little too young? He seemed to be even younger than him. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that kings were extraordinary. It had to be known that the experts in the respected realm were generally old men, because those experts were old monsters who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. How could such a person be young? But a king could still maintain his youth, even if he was old. It was not as simple as appearance. It meant that a king's physique had surpassed a venerable's and reached a new height. At the front, the young man looked around at the crowd and sighed. Seeing the young man's action, everyone was shocked again. The young man's figure was no different from a real person. What's going on? Did King Red Feather come back to life? Many people were frightened and prepared to escape. This is only a wisp of King Red Feather's soul imprint. He did not really come back to life. The dragon said, "A wisp of soul imprint." Lin Xian exclaimed, as expected of a king. Just a wisp of soul imprint was so powerful. How powerful would a real king be? Everyone beneath the king realm is an ant. This isn't wrong at all, said the dark red divine dragon. Kid, you'll understand once you attain the king realm. The king realm. Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly while a brilliant glow erupted from his eyes. He must attain the king realm. King Red Feather looked around and sighed. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. You are King Red Feather? Suddenly, Xiaoli stood out and asked in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, countless gazes immediately looked over, and all of them exclaimed in surprise. What is Xiaoli trying to do? Everyone was puzzled. Even if he was a 4th level venerables, and the other party had a soul imprint, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. To stand out now was no different from courting death. Sure enough, King Red Feather looked at Xiaoli and shook his head. You are too weak. There are so many people here, but there is no king. Not even a half-king. Do I have to give my treasures to you ants? This voice was filled with endless lament. Everyone below the king realm was an ant. Even if there were 4th level venerables and geniuses here, they were all ants in the eyes of a king realm cultivator. You are very courageous to talk to me. However, a king realm cultivator is inviolable. Next is your punishment. King Red Feather raised his finger, and a ray of light shot out. It shattered the void and instantly arrived before Xiaoli. Xiaoli's pupil shrank and his expression changed. The speed was too fast, and he didn't have time to react. By the time he saw it, the attack had already arrived before him. The ray of light was only as thick as a chopstick, but the power it contained was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could resist at his level. He raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to take out something. Boom! Just as the ray of light was about to pierce through him, a palm-sized jade token appeared in his storage ring and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a terrifying blast of light enveloped the entire world. Everyone retreated in fear. Many of them even vomited blood and were sent flying. They couldn't withstand the shock waves at all. Lin Xian and the others also retreated. They felt like a small boat in a raging sea that could capsize at any time. Red Lotus battle armor. Lin Xian shouted, and a layer of red battle armor covered his body, forming a solid defense. Bing Ling and the others also used all sorts of methods to protect themselves. Winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the world had arrived at the end of the world. After a long time, The terrifying turbulence gradually disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Chapter 886. What? He blocked it. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when they saw the scene in the distance. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. Their expressions were solemn because they saw that Shaoli was still standing near the black cauldron. He was not dead. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that that was an attack from a king. How could a fourth-level venerable block it? No, Shaoli didn't block it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the jade token in front of Shaoli. The token was emitting a terrifying aura. Heavens, what is that? Everyone also noticed this scene and exclaimed, Shaoli has a token that can block a king's attack? What treasure is that? Everyone was envious and shocked at the same time. The other party could actually take out such a thing. It seemed that Blackwater City was well prepared. What king? It's just a soul imprint that's about to disappear. A disdainful voice sounded in the void. Everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. Who was this? Who dared to say such big words? However, in the next moment, they were so shocked that they could not speak. This was because the jade token floating in the air suddenly emitted a powerful aura that swept out in all directions. The aura was too strong, and it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. Its power was not inferior to that of King Danu at all. The aura of a king. This is the aura of a king. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and their bodies trembled. Bingling and the others also looked solemn as they kept retreating. Lin Xian frowned as he stared at the beautiful woman's token. The jade token emitted a dazzling light, and then a figure walked out of the token. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, his eyes were somewhat gloomy, and his body carried a supreme aura and the dignity of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if 100,000 demonic mountains were pressing down on the void, and it was so shocking that everyone could not breathe. A king! It's a king! Countless people were frightened and exclaimed in their hearts, Too shocking, too shocking. They did not expect that two kings would appear in such a short period of time. A king! Lin Xian also exclaimed, and his pupils shrank. He didn't expect Blackwater City to be related to kings. How was that possible? Lin Xian was not the only one who was shocked. The people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu family were just as shocked. There was even a trace of fear on their faces. Although Blackwater City was powerful, it was only limited to the Blackwater River Basin. It was nothing compared to the entire Blood Realm. However, if there really was a king behind the Blackwater River, then it would be different. With such a status, how could they be willing to stay in the Blackwater River? Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the middle-aged expert from the Huangfu family were both shocked and confused. Originally, the three of them were evenly matched, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Their opponent, Blackwater City, seemed to have an unspeakable identity and secret. It's not a king. It's just a clone. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. King's clone. Lin Xian frowned, and the shock in his eyes became even more intense. Even a clone could create such a terrifying aura, as expected of a top expert of the continent. King's clone. At this moment, King Dan Feather spoke softly, his voice carrying a great pressure. Interesting. I didn't expect that my treasure would attract a king. I just don't know if your clone can break my seal. If it was a few hundred years ago, my clone might not be able to break it. But now, how much power does your seal have left? The mysterious king's clone coldly asked. Time is merciless. There is no need for the dead to remain in this world. The conversation between the two caused a huge uproar. Countless people were shocked. A king's clone? This was just a clone. But whose clone was this? While everyone was shocked, they were also very curious. There were only a few kings in the Tianwu continent. They could be counted on one hand. The king's clone in front of them was definitely one of them. For a moment, all kinds of guesses spread through the crowd. At this moment, the king's avatar in front of him suddenly made a move. A terrifying aura surged from his body, and the surrounding spiritual chi quickly gathered like waves, forming a quaint purple seal that blasted downward. That purple seal was as large as a mountain. The inscriptions on it were profound, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Rays of purple light fell down like auspicious sunbeams. Each ray was enough to shatter the void. Boom! As soon as the purple seal condensed, it smashed down on King Dan Feather. Humph! King Dan Feather coldly snorted. He took out a medicinal pill and threw it into the air. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar rang out, shaking the 9 heavens and causing the surrounding cultivators to tremble. A huge black figure appeared in the air. It was indomitable and extremely terrifying. It was a demonic beast with the head of a tiger and the body of an elephant. Its entire body was covered in poisonous spikes, and it had a pair of blue wings on its back. A terrifying demonic chi filled the world. Cheong-chi! It's Cheong-chi! Someone cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with fear. This kind of demonic beast that existed only in legends had actually appeared. Hearing this voice, countless people were shocked and speechless. They could only stand there in a daze. A battle medicinal pill? You really do have such means. On the opposite side, the mysterious king's clone said coldly, "Today, let me see how much strength your broken soul can unleash." In the next moment, the mysterious king's clone snorted coldly. He waved his arm, and the purple seal in the air descended. Roar! Cheong-chi roared angrily below. It flapped its wings and pounced forward. Bang! A shocking tremor rang out, and the entire space shook. Countless cracks filled the void as if it would shatter at any time. This was a king's power. A casual attack was so terrifying. Lin Xian looked up, his heart filled with shock. This kind of attack was too powerful. It could destroy an area with a raise of its hand. This was the kind of power he yearned for. Not good. Cheong-chi is being suppressed. The seal is also dimming, Bingling exclaimed. Lin Xian looked carefully. Indeed, the purple seal continued to fall, gradually suppressing Cheong-chi. Sigh, time is merciless. That elixir king is only a soul mark. It can't unleash much power. The dark red dragon sighed. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the seal was about to be broken. It seems that the seal is about to be broken. Let's get ready to enter at any time, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, Bingling and the others were also shocked and excited. Who wouldn't be excited to be able to enter the legendary king's treasure? Not only them, but all the surrounding cultivators were extremely excited. They all looked forward with fiery eyes. Chapter 887. The horrifying aura in front of them was vast and mighty, forming a scene of destruction. The surrounding people moved quickly, preparing to enter the king's treasure. The howling of the wind between heaven and earth became softer, and the horrifying aura gradually faded as well. The sound of glass breaking rang out. Everyone knew that it was the sound of the seal breaking. Countless people spat out saliva, looking excited. They knew that the seal around the king's treasure had finally been broken. Shao Li laughed sinisterly. His body flashed, and he led the people of Black Dragon City into the sky like a flood. Seeing the people of Blackwater City taking the lead, Old Monster Su from Iron Sword Sect and the middle-aged man from Huangfu family also roared and led their own teams to charge forward. The surrounding people also quickly rose into the sky like locusts, flying forward in a dense pack. Let's go too, Bingling said in a low voice, looking very serious. Finally, Lin Xian and the other 4 gathered together. Like a sharp sword, they quickly shuttled through the void. Soon, they entered the place where the seal had been sealed. An aura of desolation and vicissitudes rushed over, causing one's heart to tremble. Countless teams advanced toward the huge black cauldron in front of them, as if it felt the disturbance of these intruders. The huge black cauldron trembled quickly, emitting a black light. The strange beasts carved on the cauldron came to life at this moment. They kept moving around, roaring ferociously. Then, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, they quickly rushed out of the black cauldron and pounced on the crowd. When the crowd saw this, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with horror. This scene was too horrifying and strange. The carvings on the cauldron came to life and became real demonic beasts. It was hard to believe. Many people thought that this was an illusion used to confuse people. After a while, they abandoned this idea because there were countless screams in front of them. It was obvious that those martial artists had been attacked. A pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. An entire sky was filled with panic. Deep roars sounded with terrifying killing intent. More and more demonic beasts flew out of the huge black cauldron and rushed toward the crowd. Run! When some timid martial artists saw this scene, they did not dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. However, there were even more martial artists whose eyes were bloodshot. Their voices were filled with rage. Kill them all, enter the enormous black cauldron, and seize the king's treasure. For a time the sky was in chaos. All kinds of screams and sounds of battle rose and fell. The entire sky was filled with battles. However, they still underestimated those demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts were not real. They were illusions created by the mysterious power of the black cauldron. They seemed endless and tireless. They were indeed powerful when they worked together. But against these monsters that did not know fear and pain, they had to pay a heavy price to be able to advance. However, in this chaos, there was a group that rushed the fastest, and that was Blackwater City. Under the leadership of Blackwater City's city lord, Shaoli, the entire Blackwater City was like a sharp black blade, rapidly shuttling through the sky. Other than City, Lord Shaoli, who was a 4th-level venerable. There were also dozens of 3rd-level venerables. When these forces gathered together, they formed a terrifying force that quickly tore apart the black, demonic beasts. Seeing Blackwater City's speed, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. That speed was too fast. It was not something they could compare to. Behind Blackwater City were the Iron Sword Sect and the Huangfu family. At this moment, they were chasing with all their might. Let's speed up too, Bing Ling said in a deep voice. Her slender hand swiped across her storage ring, and a blue ice staff appeared in her hand. Immediately, it emitted a monstrous cold aura. She waved the ice staff and easily froze the surrounding demonic beasts into ice sculptures. This ice staff is terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. The power was a little too great. Hee kid, don't be surprised. It cost a lot of spiritual value points to exchange for it from the True Spirit Hall. This ice spring staff is extremely famous among the top spiritual treasures, Yang Lin said in a booming voice. All right, let's go. With the ice spring staff, we should be able to increase our speed by quite a bit, Bing Ling said in a deep voice. Since that's the case, I'll help everyone again. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and his fingers danced. Then, a blue ice lotus appeared under everyone's feet. Seeing the blue ice lotus under their feet and feeling the terrifying aura emitted from it, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have an ice attribute treasure, especially Bing Ling. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. According to what she knew, Lin Xian was not an ice attribute martial artist. Now he was able to display such a powerful ice attribute move. It seemed that he had a fortuitous encounter in the king's treasure. A fortuitous encounter. This was something that could not be envied. Moreover, she had also obtained a few good items in the king's treasure. Taking a deep breath, Bing Ling calmed down again and said in a deep voice, "This is good. If the two of us work together, we should be able to display our maximum speed." Okay, Lin Xian nodded. Then the two of them used their techniques and moved forward quickly. The huge ice lotus rotated like a blue stream of light, carrying everyone forward. Wherever it passed, cold air would spread, forming a frost zone. Bing Ling waved her ice staff and formed ice mountains, blocking all the demonic beasts that pounced on them. Indeed, when the two of them worked together, their speed increased greatly. Although there were only 5 of them, their speed was not any slower than the people from Iron Sword sect. In the sky, everyone flew towards the black cauldron with all their might. However, the further they went, the more demonic beasts there were. It was as if they had gone crazy, desperately blocking everyone's path. Arriving here, everyone's speed slowed down. Even Blackwater City, which was the fastest, had to slow down. Moreover, the casualties caused by this attack were extremely terrifying. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The blood had gathered into a river, which was a ghastly sight. Many people from each force had died in the attack. Blackwater City had even lost a 3rd-rank honorable martial artist. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Lin Xian and the rest were strong. With the protection of the icy spring staff and the ice lotus martial soul, they did not suffer any casualties. However, the 5 of them looked solemn as they moved forward carefully. It was too terrifying. What exactly was that black cauldron? How could it create so many demonic beasts? Yang Lin's heart was still pounding. Everyone be careful. Don't get hurt. Bing Ling reminded. Look, the people from Blackwater City are moving again. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he exclaimed. Lin Xian and the rest turned their heads and saw that the martial artists from Blackwater City had started to disperse. They formed small teams and rushed forward from different directions. This was because they realized that the more martial artists gathered, the greater the impact of the demonic beasts. If there were fewer people, it might be a good thing. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Xian and the rest were not injured. Chapter 888. The next moment, the team split up and rushed forward. Their speed was indeed much faster than before. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu family looked pale. Soon, they decided to use the same method. What should we do? Yang Lin asked. Bing Ling and the others were deep in thought. Lin Xian said slowly, How about this? I'll go stop Xiao Mei and the others. After all, they have the water dragon pill. It might be useful. If no one stops them, the treasure might be taken away before we reach it. But it's too dangerous. It's not good for you to go out alone. Bing Ling shook her head. You still don't believe me? I won't do something that will kill me. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, be careful. Don't force yourself. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Bing Ling could only nod in agreement. Then Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a sharp sword, he flew forward quickly, piercing through all the beasts in his path. Although there were more beasts here, Lin Xian's speed was even faster than before. He had no scruples at all. He went all out and was extremely fast. His body emitted an icy sword light. Not only was it sharp, but the icy power could also reduce the speed of the beasts around him. He ran all the way and finally arrived near the black cauldron. Lin Xian's body flashed. He rushed up and plunged into the black cauldron. He was very careful because the 2 king-level doppelgangers were still fighting in the void above the black cauldron. The 2 king-level doppelgangers were in a stalemate and did not have the energy to care about what was happening below. Therefore, Lin Xian went in without any danger. The black cauldron was huge, so the space inside was also very spacious. It was like a city. It was dimly lit inside, and wisps of mist blocked his vision. Even with Lin Xian's powerful soul senses, he could only sense things within a radius of 100 meters. Fortunately, he was very fast. It was not difficult to search the entire black cauldron. Soon he found a head. The head was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. It was surrounded by multicolored light and emitted a mysterious aura. Lin Xian didn't know what the skull was for, but his instincts told him that it was a rare treasure. His figure flashed, and he was about to go down to search for the treasure and take the crystal head away. However, at this moment, a powerful sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and a terrifying spiritual energy rushed toward him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and unleashed a sword aura with the back of his hand. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying explosion rang out, and violent energy waves wreaked havoc like a raging tide. Lin Xian took a step back, and the person behind him also let out a muffled groan. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xian used Dragon Capturing Hand and caught the crystal skeleton in his hand. Thief! Hurry up and hand over the treasure, or today will be the day you die. A furious roar rang out. That voice was filled with anger. Immediately after, a rapid sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and Xiao Mei flew over angrily. She was holding a glowing blue pill in her hand. It was the water spiritual pill. Behind Xiao Mei were Grandma Silver and two other ancient martial art practitioners. The two ancient martial art practitioners had powerful auras, and their expressions were cold. It was obvious that their cultivation had reached the third heaven of the honorable realm. Damn thief, I must kill you. Xiao Mei's face was ferocious, and her body trembled continuously. She had the water dragon pill to guide her, and at the same time, she was escorted by 3 third heaven honorables. Her speed was extremely fast, and she thought that she would be the first to reach the Black Cauldron and obtain the rare treasure. However, things were beyond her expectations. Lin Xian had entered earlier than her, and he had even obtained the rare treasure. Hand over the rare treasure, and I can spare your life. I can even let you leave safely, Xiao Mei said in a low voice. Leave safely? Do you think I will believe you? Lin Xian sneered, holding the crystal skeleton with a look of disdain. Damn it, Grandma Silver, the 3 of you attack together and kill him. Xiao Mei's voice was cold. Then Grandma Silver and 2 other third heaven honorables walked out, and the 3 of them formed a triangle surrounding Lin Xian. Without any superfluous words, Grandma Silver immediately displayed the black flood dragon flag. It fluttered loudly, and black aura drooped down like a flood dragon, protecting her body. She was still traumatized by Lin Xian's imprisonment, so when she saw Lin Xian, her first reaction was to defend herself. The other 2 also released light from their bodies, forming a solid defense. Then, the 3 of them stared at Lin Xian with cold, killing intent. Brat, you are very strong and lucky to have obtained the rare treasure, but you have no chance of survival against us. Grandma Silver's voice was ferocious. She really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, she believed that they would succeed this time, because if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill him. The combined strength of 3 third heaven honorables was extremely terrifying. It didn't matter if the opponent was a prodigy or not. No one could escape from the combined strength of 3 third heaven honorables. Seeing that the 3 of them had joined forces, the leader's face darkened and his eyes were cold. Indeed, the combined strength of 3 honorables gave him a lot of pressure, and under such circumstances it was difficult for his black handkerchief to restrain one of them. However, although the situation was difficult, he wasn't afraid. At least, if he really wanted to leave, these people definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. If you want the rare treasure, then exchange it with your lives. Lin Xian sneered. You are courting death. Grandma Silver roared. She didn't expect Lin Xian to still be so stubborn. As her voice fell, the hillmen quickly attacked, and a terrifying and vast energy rushed toward Lin Xian from 3 directions. Grandma Silver waved the black flag, and a black dragon rushed out with a ferocious roar. It carried a strange and eerie energy as it rushed toward Lin Xian. The other 2 also attacked quickly and a gray flame and a dazzling blade light shot out. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his feet turned. He quickly moved through the void like a ghost, leaving behind countless afterimages. He used the illusory demonic steps, and even the third heaven honorables couldn't lock onto him, so their attacks all missed. However, in the next moment, the three of them joined forces and formed an ancient mirror that was as black as ink. It floated in the air, and a black light shot out, and Lin Xian was knocked out of the void. "We knew that you were fast, so how could we not be prepared? Don't struggle. Today is the day you die. Die, brat." The three of them stepped forward step by step, and their faces were filled with ferocious smiles. Lin Xian was blasted out of the void by a strange force, and his qi and blood surged. His whole body felt like it was about to split open. He was extremely shocked. The other party really did have a way to deal with him. Humph. Chapter 889. In the next moment, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly drew in the air. A strange aura spread out as the surrounding spiritual energy surged and gathered into a wave that surged towards him. Oh no, this kid is going to use some ultimate skill. Everyone stop him. Feeling the terrifying aura, Grandma Silver's face darkened as she shouted angrily. The three of them took out their dragon flags and quickly waved them in the air. Black clouds covered the city as a terrifying and oppressive aura exploded. It was like a demonic cloud that was about to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the long sword in his hand and drew a strange trajectory in the air. A terrifying and vast power spread out, filling the entire sky in an instant. Gale lightning sword. 3 swords scares ghosts and gods. Lin Xian's expression was cold as his deep voice sounded. The long sword in his hand suddenly pierced out, and a sharp sword aura exploded. Up above, the void trembled as 3 huge sword shadows fell, slashing down viciously. With one strike, the air was shattered. Earth-grade martial arts. Feeling the terrifying aura, Grandma Silver and the other two's faces changed as they screamed in horror. They did not expect the young man in front of them to have mastered an Earth-grade martial arts. Earth-grade martial arts were peerless treasures that even their city lord had not mastered. But now a young man had actually executed such a terrifying martial arts. Feeling the terrifying sword aura, the 3's scalps went numb. They did not dare to be careless and used all their strength to form a solid defense in front of them. Countless black gas flew out from the black flag and quickly intertwined in front of the 3. 3 dragons surged out and formed a black dragon diagram. The black light emitted a powerful energy. It was obvious that this was an extremely strong defense. In the next moment, the 3 huge sword shadows in the air fell and slammed into the black light screen. A low and terrifying sound rang out as countless air waves surged up into the sky. The black light screen formed by the 3 dragons only lasted for a moment before it shattered. Then the 3 powerful sword auras slammed into Grandma Silver and the other 2, sending them flying. Bang! The 3 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and were in a sorry state. Their bodies flew out and crashed into the black cauldron with a rumbling sound. The 3 of them were almost cut in half by this attack. Seeing this scene, Xiao Mei screamed in horror from afar. She could not believe that Lin Xian had such terrifying strength that he could injure 3 third heaven venerables with a single strike. This was too terrifying. Most likely, only a 4th heaven venerable realm cultivator would be able to accomplish this. And what was Lin Xian's cultivation level? He was only a 2nd rank venerable. Thinking of this, her scalp went numb. Not daring to stay any longer, she turned around and twisted her waist in an attempt to escape. She really didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, she had to leave quickly. Lin Xian sneered when he heard the sound of Xiao Mei fleeing. This vicious woman had tried to take his life time and time again. Did she really think that he was easy to bully? Stretching out his palm, Lin Xian used Dragon Capturing Hand, forming two light dragons. They roared ferociously and rushed out, binding Xiao Mei in an instant. Then Lin Xian jerked his arm and pulled her to his side. "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Mei screamed in horror. "You're dead if you dare to touch me. My father won't let you off." Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the Silver Granny and the other two twitched wildly. They endured the injuries in their bodies and quickly stood up. They said hatefully, "Thief, if you dare to touch our young lady, you won't be able to live in this world. Scram! Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll kill her right now." After saying that, Lin Xian exerted more force in his palm, and Xiao Mei screamed again. The Silver Granny looked conflicted, but she did not leave. They had received orders to obtain the rare treasure. "Thief, if you dare to touch our young lady, the city lord won't let you off." Xiao Mei screamed, "My father will be here soon. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. I advise you to let me go and leave the rare treasure behind. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. You're about to die, and you still dare to say such things. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He exerted more force in his palm and broke one of Xiao Mei's arms. "Ah!" Xiao Mei screamed in a heart-wrenching voice. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. When my father comes, I'll break every bone in your body. I'll make you wish you were dead. Don't dare to kill you? You're too confident." Lin Xian sneered and shattered Xiao Mei's body. Bang! In an instant, all the bones in Xiao Mei's body were shattered. The spiritual ocean in her dantian was also destroyed. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Mei finally felt fear. Without her cultivation, she was a cripple. If that was really the case, she'd rather die. In the distance, Grandma Silver and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill her. In the sky, another violent energy fluctuation came. Boundless spiritual energy swept out in all directions. The entire sky was quickly annihilated, forming a huge black hole. The king's aura that had been suppressing everyone's hearts also gradually dissipated. Countless people looked up at the sky, their faces full of shock. The two figures in the sky were gradually fading, as if they were about to disappear. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the king's aura had disappeared. If that was really the case, then they could all enter the Black Cauldron. Lin Xian's expression changed. It seemed that the king's avatar and King Pillfeather's remnant soul had perished together. Xiao Lai and the others would probably enter soon. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took the dying Xiao Mei and quickly ran away. However, just as he moved, the void suddenly split open. A terrifying fist ruthlessly smashed towards him. The power was incomparably shocking. It was like a black flood dragon. It was powerful to the extreme. Lin Xian's body suddenly tensed. He felt a wave of deathly energy that seemed to want to tear him apart. In an instant, he quickly used the red lotus battle armor and the illusory demonic steps to retreat. However, he was still swept by the fist. Lin Xian's body trembled, and he was quickly sent flying. Fortunately, the red lotus battle armor was extremely powerful and blocked most of the power. Otherwise, this attack would have torn his body apart. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Xian coldly looked ahead. Countless cracks appeared on the red lotus battle armor in front of his chest, as if it was about to split open. One could imagine just how terrifying that fist was. There was only one person who could put Lin Xian in such danger, and that was Blackwater City's city lord, Xiao Lai. As expected, the void rippled, and Xiao Lai quickly flew over. He grabbed the dying Xiao Mei and threw her to Grandma Silver and the others. Then he turned around and gloomily looked at Lin Xian. His killing intent surged, turning into sharp blades that pierced through the void. "Brat, you're the first person who dared to provoke my Blackwater City. I'll let you know what regret is." Chapter 890. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he quickly summoned his ice lotus martial spirit to block in front of him. The blue lotus rotated, forming 9 blue ice swords that slashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. That fist was too terrifying, directly shattering the 9 blue ice swords. Then the fist landed on the blue martial spirit, sending it flying. Puff! Lin Xian groaned and spat out another mouthful of blood. A 4th-level venerable was indeed powerful. With his current strength, he couldn't contend against him, unless he summoned his great dragon sword spirit and fought with his life on the line. Brat, hand over the item, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Xiao Li's voice was cold as he walked over step by step. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. He kept his ice lotus martial spirit and prepared to summon his great dragon sword spirit. However, neither of them noticed that the blood dripping from Lin Xian's mouth landed on the crystal skull in his hand and quickly merged with it. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Several powerful auras rushed over. "Junior brother Lin, we're here to help you." A feminine voice rang out. Instantly, the space behind them was torn apart as several figures appeared like lightning. With a flash of light, Bing Ling and the rest appeared beside Lin Xian, looking at Xiao Li and the rest warily. Good ability, daring to injure a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. We'll remember this grudge. Bing Ling said coldly. Yang Lin also said coldly, Blackwater City, right? Wait for the wrath of the Immortal Martial Academy. Eastern Phoenix, and the rest looked at Xiao Li with anger. Ha 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 ha, today is the day you die. As long as you all die, no one will know that I killed you. No matter how powerful those old monsters are, they won't be able to find me. Xiao Li's expression turned malevolent. Behind him, more than 10 cultivators rushed out and formed a huge arc, sealing the entire space. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. In front of absolute strength, all geniuses are useless. Xiao Li took a step forward, and the aura on his body exploded like a flood. Terrifying spiritual energy gushed out, easily tearing the space apart. Previously, I was just playing with you. Now, I will let you know the true strength of a 4th-level venerable. Xiao Li floated in the air and looked down. His expression was disdainful, and his aura was incomparably violent. Previously, he had not used his full strength. Now that he had used his full strength, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Even if Bing Ling and the other 4 joined forces, they would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Granny Silver also said in a deep voice, "City Lord, the young lady's cultivation has been crippled by that brat, and all the bones in her body have been shattered. If there isn't any heaven-defying spiritual medicine, I'm afraid there's nothing she can do." Hearing this, Xiao Li's pupils abruptly shrank as a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His originally dignified face was now incomparably distorted. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Brat, I won't kill you. I will cripple your martial arts, break all the bones in your body, and let you live like a dog. The harm you've done to Mei, I will return it 100-fold. Humph! What's so great about being a 4th-level venerable? Catch me first." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely solemn, but there was not much respect in his voice. If he was really forced into a corner, he would just summon the great dragon sword soul, regardless of the consequences, and fight with his life. Although his opponent was powerful, he did not believe that his opponent could withstand the attack of the great dragon sword soul if he did not care about his life. However, that kind of consumption would be too great. Once Lin Xian used it, he would be extremely weak. Obviously, he could not use it casually in a place full of danger. However, if his opponent really forced him into a corner, he would drag his opponent down with him even if he had to die. Humph! Shameless boasting. I'll let you know the difference between us. Xiao Li's expression was cold as he stretched out his palm. A terrifying aura filled the air. That fist was too terrifying, and the energy it carried made Lin Xian and the other feel fearful. "Let's attack together!" Bing Ling shouted and waved the icy spring staff in her hand. It formed an ice mountain and blasted upwards. At the same time, Dongfeng Fenghuang and the others also attacked with powerful attacks. Countless rays of light flashed, and a deafening roar sounded. Various rays of light shot into the sky as if the entire void was about to explode. However, what shocked the five of them was that under their terrifying attacks, the fist was not hindered at all. It blasted towards them quickly. So terrifying! Bing Ling and the others narrowed their eyes and kept retreating. Was this the power of a level 4 honorable realm? It was indeed powerful. Even if they attacked with all their might, it would be difficult for them to resist. Boom! The terrifying fist landed, and the power directly shattered the void. The energy shockwave struck everyone, causing quite a bit of damage. Bing Ling and the others cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked up in horror. A bunch of ants who don't know what's good for them. This is the difference between honorables. Xiao Li put his hands behind his back and looked disdainful. As the honorable realm increased, the difference between each level would become larger. In other words, it would be more difficult to challenge someone of a higher level, unless one was an extremely monstrous genius or a martial artist who had a precious treasure in his hands. Only then could he challenge someone of a higher level. Otherwise, it would be difficult for anyone to break through the shackles of this level. Kid, hand over the treasure in your hands, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. These companions of yours will accompany you to experience endless pain. Lin Xian looked up and his eyes flashed. It seemed that he could only use the great dragon sword soul. However, after using this power, he would become weak. However, he could not care less about this now. If he wanted to live, he had to get rid of Xiao Li. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian quickly activated the longevity incantation and prepared to use the great dragon's sword soul. However, in the next moment, the crystal skull in his hand was dyed red with blood and emitted a dazzling light. The entire space was dyed red by a layer of crimson light. Then the space trembled slightly. At first, it was very weak, but it gradually became stronger. It was as if someone was shaking the entire black cauldron. Even the surrounding spiritual qi was boiling violently. This unforeseen event directly alarmed everyone. The faces of the martial artists who had just entered changed as they looked around nervously. They were really afraid of being tortured by the black, demonic beast. They were afraid that something strange would happen again. In the void, Xiao Li did not make a move. Instead, his face was gloomy and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He did not expect this to happen. Bing Ling and the others were even more shocked. They quickly gathered together and prepared to deal with the unexpected situation. Lin Xian frowned because he had already noticed the abnormality of the crystal skull in his hand. Kid, quickly leave this black cauldron. The dark red dragon quickly sent a message with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Quickly say that and leave this place quickly. Chapter 891. Countless things had proven that Lin Xian's choice was correct. This time, they did not hesitate and quickly followed behind Lin Xian, preparing to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. Seeing Lin Xian and the others leaving, Xiao Li snorted and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab them. The void fluctuated, and a black palm covered the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian and the others. The 5 fingers were like 5 dragons, roaring ferociously with a terrifying momentum. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying force exploded. The surrounding spiritual energy quickly condensed, forming a black storm that swept through the 9 heavens. The momentum was countless times more terrifying than Xiao Li's palm. In an instant, the black dragon hand formed by Xiao Li shattered in the black storm. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Seeing that his attack was shattered, Xiao Li's pupils shrank, and his expression was full of shock. One had to know that he had used all his strength just now. At the same time, the walls of the black cauldron emitted bursts of light, forming mysterious ancient characters with a mysterious aura. Mysterious ancient characters appeared inside the black cauldron, enveloping the surroundings and emitting a mysterious aura. Could it be that this black cauldron is the unique treasure of the king's treasure? Xiao Li was shocked and doubtful. He had received orders from above to obtain the unique treasure of the king's treasure. Originally, he had thought that it was the crystal skull in Lin Xian's hand, but now it seemed that it was not necessarily the case. The mysterious aura emitted by this black cauldron was too strange. It was very likely that it was the unique treasure of the king's treasure. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by the mysterious ancient characters, Xiao Li was even more certain of his guess. However, soon his expression became extremely ugly because the aura emitted by this black cauldron was too terrifying. He could not bear it, let alone obtain it. Perhaps only a king could do it. The corner of Xiao Li's mouth twitched as he felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve as well and led the people of Blackwater City into the sky. If they didn't leave now, they might be crushed into meat paste by the mysterious power inside. Lin Xian and the others were the first to move out, so they took the lead and flew toward the exit. However, in the next moment, the black cauldron suddenly vibrated and rapidly expanded. The exit, which was originally close at hand, was once again pulled apart. What? Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian's small face also collapsed, revealing a trace of helplessness. This situation was too strange, and he was simply unable to control it. Brat, hurry up and protect your body. I'm afraid it won't be long before this space is destroyed by the black cauldron. The dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. They had now entered the king's treasure, but it wasn't on the real world's continent. Instead, it was a strange, independent space. But now the dark red divine dragon actually said that the space was about to shatter. This was too shocking. However, he did not doubt the dragon's words. The dragon was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Its knowledge was absolutely reliable. In the next moment, he stopped flying. Instead, he quickly gathered with Bing Ling and the others. All of you, be careful. Hurry up and use your strongest defense. This space won't be long before it shatters. Lin Xian said a shocking piece of news. Hearing this, Bing Ling and the others were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They did not know how Lin Xian knew this news, but looking at his expression, it did not seem like he was joking. The space will shatter. Everyone gasped. If that was really the case, they were afraid that they would be greatly affected. Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry up and use your strongest skills, Lin Xian said quickly. Then Bing Ling and the others nodded and used their life-saving skills one after another. Lin Xian also used his spiritual power and quickly formed a huge shadow of the red lotus armor, enveloping Bing Ling and the others. Behind them, Xiao Li and the others no longer fled. Instead, they released their powerful spiritual power and formed a solid defense, enveloping the people of Blackwater City. In an instant, within the Black Cauldron, every martial artist formed a strong defense to protect their lives. The Black Cauldron trembled more and more violently. It kept expanding as if it was going to break the sky. At this moment, all the martial artists in the king's treasure space raised their heads in horror. Looking at this terrifying scene, their bodies kept trembling, not knowing what was going on. The next moment, cracks appeared in the sky like broken glass. The terrifying cracks spread in all directions, making cracking sounds. Bang! In the end, the sky could not bear the impact. A huge black vortex appeared and swallowed everything. Blackwater River Basin. The black water roared and surged. At this moment, above the Blackwater River, the void suddenly shattered and a huge black hole appeared. Then a huge cauldron appeared. It was like a black, demonic mountain. It quickly flew out of the black hole and hit the ground. Like a comet hitting the ground, the huge black cauldron landed, triggering a terrifying force that shook all directions. Suddenly, a horrifying pit appeared on the ground, and cracks that were almost 10,000 feet long spread in all directions. Not only that, the trembling force spread, causing the river to surge and forming waves that were almost 1,000 meters high. The surrounding mountains were also shattered by this force. This scene shocked the surrounding martial artists. Countless people fled into the distance like frightened rabbits. When they arrived at a safe place, they stopped and looked ahead in horror. However, what happened next shocked them even more. The black vortex in the sky spun, and countless figures shot out like raindrops. These figures were the ones who had entered the king's treasure's secret realm. Lin Xian and the others were pushed by a chaotic force of space. The force hit the Red Lotus armor and made a rumbling sound. Fortunately, the Red Lotus armor was tough and could resist it. Otherwise, the turbulence of space alone would have killed them. Sure enough, screams could be heard from time to time. Those were the martial artists who could not resist the turbulence of space and were killed by the violent and strange force. Bang! Lin Xian and the others quickly left the black vortex and appeared above the Blackwater River. Lin Xian controlled the Red Lotus armor and quickly stabilized his body. Beside him, Bing Ling and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The scene just now was too scary. Even now, they still had lingering fears. Putting away the Red Lotus armor, Lin Xian and the others flew to the side. At this moment, countless figures came out of the black vortex. Seeing that they were not dead, they all exclaimed in excitement. However, the next moment, they all looked at the huge black cauldron in front of them with deep fear in their eyes. Looking at the huge black cauldron, Dongfang Phoenix's beautiful eyes flashed. She exclaimed in a low voice, "What is that thing? It can even break the space created by a king."